Parvesh Kumar.
Just keep on speaking, it will be a disturbance. Please unmute yourself only when you are asked to speak or when it's turn for you to speak. Just unmute yourself and then speak. If you can do it on your own, it will be okay. But if there's a disturbance, I have instructions to remove. Okay. Society for Soil Conservation, Professor SHR Sadegi. All of you, there are so many delegates, registered voluntary delegates. I hope this will be a beneficial and a learning experience for all of you. The format of this today's summit is like that. We have scheduled about 6 keynote presentations by learned speakers. We'll introduce you to them just before their presentations. First of all, we'll have a presentation or sort of an inaugural address by the President, Dr. Suraj Bhan. And after the 6 presentations, we have a panel discussion session in which the learned speakers, the learned keynote speakers will interact on issues arising out of the discussions, as well as issues that the House may feel has been left out in the summit. So without consuming more time, as we have already been affected by a network glitch, I would like to invite Dr. Suraj Bhan, President of International Soil Conservation Organization for this term, to please take over the mic and please address. Please.
Respected Dr. Samir, coordinator of the ISCO Board of Directors, Professor Placentis, ex-president ISCO and emeritus professor Dr. Mark, USDA Agriculture Research Service, Professor Pullen, Professor of Soil Technology at the University of Dr. Tirado Kaplan, Regional Director for Asia and Hub, Director of Oceania, International Union for Conservation of European Society for Soil President Conservation, Sadegi, Professor, Department of Watershed Management of Natural Resources, University of Iran. Members of my organizing team, Dr. Sanjay Arora, Dr. Anshuman Kohli, Dr. Vikas Sharma, and Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Other delegates registered for the summit, who are over 600, including researchers, academicians, students, research scholars, extension workers, agriculture engineers, planners, executives, and progressive farmers. Very warm greetings from the Republic of India. I, on behalf of the International Soil Conservation Organization, take this opportunity to welcome you all to the Earth Day event, a virtual global summit on land degraded management for restoring our Earth. This is in accordance with the paragraph 33 of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, which focuses on the linkages between the sustainable management of the planet's nature resources and social and economic development, as well as on strengthening cooperation on desertification, dust storms, land degradation, and drought, and promote resilience and disaster risk reduction. Sustainable Development Goal 15th of the 2030 Agenda aims to protect, the restore, and promote sustainable use of shared ecosystems, sustainably manage forest, combat desertification, and halt and reverse land degradation, and halt biodiversity loss. The economic and the social significance of a good land management, including soil and its contribution to economic growth and social progress, is recognized in paragraph and 205 of the future. We want furthermore in paragraph 207 and 8 of the future, members states encourage and recognize the importance of partnership and initiatives for the safeguarding of land resources. Further development inclusive methods and the indicators for the monitoring and assessing the extent of desertification, land degradation, and drought. The relevance of efforts underway to promote scientific research and strengthening the scientific base of the activities to address desertification and drought under the United Nations Convention for combating desertification is also addressed. Combating desertification and drought were discussed by the Commission on Sustainable Development on several sessions. In the framework of the Commission's multi-year work program, CSD 16 or 17 focused respectively in 2008 and 9 on desertification and drought, along with the interrelated issues of land, agriculture, rural development, and Africa. Integrated planning and management of land resources is the subject of chapter 10 of the Agenda 21, which deals with the cross-sectoral aspects of decision-making for the sustainable use and development of nature resources, including the soils, minerals, water, biota, and land comprises. This broad interactive view of land resources, which are essential for life support systems and the productive capacity of the environment, is the basis of Agenda 21's and the Commissions on Sustainable Development consideration of land issues. The concern for the well-being of land is often directly related to one's proximity to the land, be it physically, economically, or culturally. Land is a more precious, or one's livelihood depend on it immediately than of one's merely a visitor. Land is valued differently if it is the base of the one's power or wealth than if one's community is in need of the integrity and depends on the ecosystem services. ESS that it provides. To some extent, this may explain the greater challenge UNCCD has experienced in mustering the international support for the mandate. De facto, the degradation of land has long been seen as a local concern. And in contrast with the climate, water pollution, not one that would affect the population beyond the location where the problem originated. The arrival of the environmental migrants far from the affected regions is contributing to a change of vision and increased urgency to the counter land degradation. With the international community taking note of this paradigm shift, the Sustainable Development Goal have addressed the issue had on the SDG 15 and in formulating an objective of land degradation neutrality, LDN. However, development has a number of aspects that may not easily be reconciled with the sustainable development. Urbanization, alleviating pressure on land resources, involve the loss of often the prime land and ESS, saving urbanization. Concepts such as near the natural urbanization and base recycling are in their infancy. Globalization distributes job and wealth on a large scale, but also move the large amount of nutrients around the world, often to the determinant of the delivering and the receiving regions. On a local scale, SDG themselves may be difficult to reconcile, as the pursuit of one SDG may be at the expense of another. Many of these dilemmas are grounded on the multiple ecosystem services that are derived from land and the different scales at which stakeholders are demanding these services. Research on these system is rapidly evolving with the help of the modern tools, including system modeling, big data and geo-observation equipment. But given the SDG aspirations for 2030, the scientific community is engaged in a game of catch-up. Society as a whole is conflicted, as it is polarized when it comes to acknowledging the seriousness and complexity of the problems of the sustainable development and its associated costs and benefits. Land degradation is a complicated factor in reaching many of the SDG. Not only SDG 15, but many of the others, such as the elimination of hunger, the provision of the biodiversity, clean water and renewable energy, climate change, mitigation and sustainable urban environment, that all depend on healthy land resources. Through its effect on individual SDG, land degradation can have systematic effects on other, both land and not land related SDG, that is land degradation that reduces food security in the marginal areas, contribute to increase the global and national inequalities. Although the phenomenology of the land degradation is well known, knowledge on the extent and cost of its patchy and far from precise. Whatever the approach or methodology used to calculate the cost of land degradation, these costs are very high. There is an urgent state of our land, which can serve as a baseline against which LDN, land development neutrality, can be monitored. Despite the uncertainties, it is a consensus that the cost of the land degradation is enormous, and if not arrested, will be a serious drain on the world economy, in particular on the weaker economics of the world in the quest against land degradation. The scale of the engagement is paramount. The scope of traditional custodian over the land, the farmer, in combating land degradation is often limited to the benefit he would reap. Many of the measures that can combat the land degradation involve the investment, and for the farmers to do this share, he will have to secure in the rights adjustment in the management of his land. Climate smart agriculture practices and conservation agriculture are management options for the sustainable agriculture, but their effect is limited. In the context of the SDG, if they are not brought to a scale and tied in which a sustainable land and landscape efforts only, at this scale, the public benefit will become obvious. This requires collective action based on the stakeholders' involvement and the latest science, and based on the principle of development, equity, and social justice. There is an increasing awareness of the need for integrated management of the land and water resources at the watershed and landscape level. Land management needs to spare the water, and water management needs to be optimized. ESS from the land while satisfying the needs for water in multiple sectors. Keeping in mind the many purposes of these resources, ILWM would drive the optimal mix of ESS without diminishing the resource base. Finding bin option or the best trade-off of land use and management based on resource endowment and stakeholders' needs is a noble endeavor with which the scientific community is slowly coming to terms. At the community level, the need to manage landscape is increasingly recognized. Integrated landscape management to allocate the land to different users in order to retain or regain the integrity of the landscape. Policymakers are recognize the need for action and are aiming to provide the institutional environment, markets, and disincentives to communities that are ready to act. Given the complexity of the socio-ecological system, the scientific solution and recommendation are often unknown or untested. Aware of the urgency of the action, many communities and policymakers are experimenting with the potential solution of their own. The scientific community is following these experiments and documenting them. From the experiments of the past decades, we can draw a number of lessons. Agriculture research has to expand its focus from field and plot research to landscape research. And in the process, should look at the cost of the production by internalizing environmental cost. In some situations, the public cost of the agriculture in marginal environments outweigh the private gains, even with the best technology in place. Land use and city planners will increasingly have address the costs of the occupying. There is a great need to close nutrient cycle and improve the efficiency. The efficiency of the external inputs. Landscape design and urban planning should aim for the conservation of resources, the restoration of biodiversity, and the optimal delivery of ESS. Land degradation issues are local in nature, are really the same problem as a problems. Social context and the stakeholders, communities are really same. As a result, solution to land degradation can really be generalized. As a result, LDN will be met only through a multitude of efforts tailored to the conditions of the landscape, community, and national interest in the process of the negotiations at each level. If land degradation is not held in check, the grounds on which the SDG, Sustainable Development Management Goals, may be slipping beyond the reach. Gentlemen, the purpose of the International Soil Conservation Organization is to advocate for the sustainable, productive, and efficient use of the soil and water resources. It does so through the communication among the participants in its meeting the goal of which is to improve understanding of natural resources management issues. A primary feature of International Soil Conservation Organization, ISCO, is the informal structure whereby no official constitution, bylaws, or membership fees are formulated or enacted. The primary responsibility for the organization resides with the country, institution, and individuals, including the chief host, designated as the current president, who hosts and organize the meetings. ISCO has thrived and continues to grow with this format. With this background, I would like to invite you all to be a part of the deliberations and discussion revolving around the myriad aspects of the managing the degraded lands for restoring the earth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your for setting a tone for today's summit. As you all are now aware that these days we are thinking of arresting land sustainable development goals, specifically concerns these aspects of land degradation and restoration. So thank you very much, sir, for this. So we'll now start with the keynote presentations. And for all those of you who have joined a bit later or have been able to join later because of network glitch, I would just like to introduce that I am Anshuman Kohli, and I am the organizing secretary for this conference and will be just coordinating with the various speakers as well as all of you. If you have any of the questions in mind at any point of time, you can freely write in the chat box. I'll take note of them and moderate it in the discussion so that most of your queries get answered either in the discussion just following the presentations, or if not so, then at the end of the summit, maybe if it's an important point, it can be taken care of in the panel discussion also, or otherwise it will be taken care of sometime within the summit. Okay, so now to begin with the keynote presentations, we just have to keep in mind that land degradation is a composite term which describes how one or more of the land resources, be it soil, water, vegetation, rocks, air, climate, or relief, that has changed for the worst. Keeping this in mind, we have to understand that land degradation is difficult to grasp in its totality. And we have to use certain indicators to identify land degradation. How various workers have used or identified various indicators and how they are trying to arrest land degradation is what we are going to hear with various keynote speakers. So in this line, I would just like to introduce our first keynote speaker. I'm pleased to present before you Professor Michael F. Fullen, who is a professor of soil technology at the University of Wolverhampton. Having graduated and having a postgraduate degree in geography, he pursued a PhD degree in soil science from University of Wolverhampton in the 1980s. And thereafter, he worked in the field of soil management for a period of over 30 years and earned a Doctor of Science from the University of Wolverhampton for about 130 publications in the field of soil management. He presently has research programs on soil erosion and conservation in the Midlands of Western England, Yunnan province of China, and in Lithuania. And for this work, he has been recognized by the scientific societies of these regions. He has published globally and has a Google Scholar H index of 29, is a reviewer and editorial board member of several journals, has mentored several doctoral as well as postdoctoral researchers, is presently the Vice President of the European Society for Soil Conservation and an office bearer and a member of various other professional societies. So you see, we have with us a very learned speaker today. So for the next half an hour or so, Dr. Fullan, I request you to take on the mic and just share your slides, and hope we'll have a very good learning experience. Please, sir. I've stopped sharing now, and then, sir, you can.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's okay. Please share your slides and.
Yeah, so I'll share the screen. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that very warm introduction, and greetings to all delegates from here. I'm currently in the UK, a place called Ironbridge, which is in the centre, small town, and but a local person, which we're very proud of, was born about 15 kilometres west of here, and that's Charles Darwin. So, but I'd like to take our attention to another part of the world, closer to where most of you are, which is in Yunnan province in China. And a group of us have been studying the issues of sustainability in a particular location. These are the rice terraces of Yuanyang in Yunnan province, and trying to understand what lessons they might have for our broader community. So that's me at University of Wolverhampton. It's on the outskirts of Birmingham, in the centre of England. Then we have our team of Chinese colleagues at Yunnan Agricultural University in Kunming, and then some Belgian colleagues represented by Gilles Collinet at Jean Blou Agrobiotech, which is part of the University of Liège in Belgium. And of course, welcome any discussions. That's my email there. To the next slide. So we're not so far, looking at the area not so far from you. This is Yunnan province in the southwest of China. This here is Vietnam, and this is Laos. So over here, of course, we have Nepal and India. And we're going to concentrate on this area right in the extreme southeast of Yunnan, near the border with Vietnam, the Han terraces. The Han are an ethnic minority of this area, which I'll talk about as we progress. This is an outline of the province of Yunnan, which roughly translates as land under the coloured cloud. And this is Yuanyang here in the prefecture of Hong He. So Vietnam border here, which is of significance. And the provincial capital is in Kunming, in the middle of the territory there, and the county of Kunming, and the Yunnan Agricultural University is there. This area is broadly about the same size as France, to put it in perspective. And then when we subdivide it into the local areas, it's Yuanyang here, it's the Honghe County and the Yuanyang Township, as it's called, within that. So just to put the bearings on the area we'll study. So this is a winter view of the terraces. They've been, they are perennially wet, and they grow a multitude of crops in winter, and in summer rice. So this is a winter scene where there's more reliance on fish that live in the paddy fields. And it's also a great attraction area for photographers, especially at dawn and sunset, with the very attractive light, especially in winter. And there we can see it again, very complex system of terraces. Another view, and we can also see the different colors of the paddy fields, which are typically very small, and this does relate to species of pondweed, which are also part of this sustainability puzzle, which we're trying to understand. Again, terraces, this is a winter scene in the October to March winter cropping cycle. This is taken in November, and we can see in the winter cycle series of terraces. It's believed the Hani built their terraces from the bottom upwards, and that with each generation there was an increase in, usually by one terrace level. So we can see the bunds here, which retain the water, and these support aquatic fauna and have growth of rice in summer. And then going up, we go into the woodlands, the forest area, which also has a considerable environmental significance. This is the summer view, with the main crop, of course, being rice, and very productive in terms of rice production. So there's perennial production in a wetland environment, and these paddy fields are quite unusual in being continuously wet. Close up of the terrace system in rice cultivation. So the Hani people are minority people. They have developed their agricultural system, which is highly complex and sustainable, with this system of terrace rice paddy fields in Yuanyang. So there we have the location just into the tropics, 22 degrees north, 102 degrees east. And this system has been well established for a long time. The history of the Hani people is a little bit uncertain, because until relatively recently, they didn't have a written language. The regime of Mao kind of imposed a language on them. And so the historical records aren't good. So they're believed to be ethnically a Tibetan people. migrated to the east, probably going to this area, not quite sure, it could be 1300 years ago, possibly longer, certainly at least 1300 years. And over that time, they've developed this terrace system with about 3,000 terraces covering about 11,000 hectares. So these are the Hani people in their traditional dress. This is their working dress, though they have much brighter costumes when they work in, when they have their celebrations. So they have constructed this very impressive system of terraces, which has remained sustainable and operational for at least 1300 years, probably longer, and to recognize their contribution during the Ming Dynasty, which was from 1368 to 1644, the Ming Emperor awarded them, the Hani people, the title of Magic Mountain Sculptors, because they were sculpturing their mountain and building their ladder to heaven. So if we can understand this system, how it's sustained so well and so long, we can hopefully learn lessons which can be applied more generally, and we can try to understand, share and disseminate some of these lessons on sustainability to the global community. So that's the focus of what I'm talking about. What have the Hani people got to tell us in terms of the sustainability of environmental systems, especially soil systems? So having studied the area for about 20 years, I think, the sustainability of the system seems to relate to a complex interplay of factors. There's cultural factors, agronomic factors, and environmental factors. So it's not a simple system at all. It's very complex, and it's the detail of the system which is very important. So there's multifunctional use of each eco-agricultural zone, and the effect of this multifunctionality of the landscape ensures that there's optimal use of resources, very intelligent resource management systems, effective recycling of materials within the system, very small amounts of waste, minimal amounts of waste. And in fact, often the net waste from the subsystems within the overall catchment is almost zero. So there's cycling of energy and matter within systems rather than interacting between adjacent systems. So if we look at the land use, it follows a clear and wise land use zoning principles. So we have the upland grassland. Going down slope, we come to the forest. Going further down slope, we come to the tea plantations, then the bamboo woodland, and then the rice terraces. So at the top, we have the grasslands, where the water buffalo are grazed, and of course their manure puts input of nutrients into the grassland system. The woodlands, number of uses, the main one being pine trees, Pinus unionensis, which is a very productive, very good source of timber. There's also deciduous trees and bamboo, which of course is very diverse uses, and then a number of food sources, as mushrooms, fruit, wild vegetables, as they also, the honey also look after bees, so that provides them with honey, and of course the bees provide a pollination mechanism for the different the flowers within the woodlands. So these woodlands are very effective for soil and water conservation. They release high quality water from the upper to the lower slopes within the Yuanyang catchment. Then at the base of the system, from the mid-slope downwards, we have rice terraces. These are perennially wet. They have ancillary food production. This includes ducks, fish, carp, a local species of carp, eels, mudfish, frogs, and snails. And that's the main food source over the winter period. The main pondweed is known as mosquito fern, or Azolla imbricata. That has a number of functions, one of which is it fixes atmospheric nitrogen, which enhances the nutrient loading of the paddy field system. In addition, the mosquito fern Azolla is harvested, dried, and then used for pig feed. So nothing is wasted. Then from the rice straw, there's a tradition to divide it into three. A third is used for roofing, a third for animal feed and bedding, and a third is ploughed back into the paddy fields as a nutrient input. And in fact, the animal feed and bedding, after it's been used, it is then also added into the paddy field system. So we have a valuable supplement to the diet. The honey diet is rich, nutritious, and much of the nutrient load goes into the rice paddy fields. So that's a local statue symbolizing the importance of the of frogs in the agroecosystem. And on top of that, the honey people have a unique cultural system, which I think we can learn a lot from, which reveres the land. So they have a polytheistic religion, which embraces the worship of nature. One of the gods is the forest god, who's known as the source of life-giving water. Deforestation is considered to be a religious violation. Of course, it's okay to remove timber, but it's done on a sustainable basis and replaced. And the honey do teach their children to respect the forest. So this forest, the maintenance of the forest ecosystem significantly contributes to forest conservation and ecosystem stability. This is where a third of the straw roughly goes to. This is the main village in Yuanyang catchment. It's called Chingo, which actually translates as catchment gate. So again, they're emphasizing the hydrology of the system. They're very aware of hydrological systems. This is the traditional so roofs, which are made of the straw, and their nickname is as mushroom houses. So very distinctive honey architecture. There's a cat relaxing on a nice autumn day. This is during the autumn harvest festival. They have a very big celebration, and local people in their very colourful traditional costume. And again, we can see the traditional mushroom houses. Usually, a family adjacent to their house would have a small garden, and they do grow vegetables, very impressive but small systems where they grow vegetables for their domestic use. Very intensive, very well managed. So if you go back, the spacing of the occupancy within the catchment is very much fits in with the agricultural routines in the sense that the distance to the work fields is never more than 2 kilometers. So this is the main village, and there's about 15 other villages, but they have they're arranged in such a way that access to the field is quite quick and efficient. Then there's the environmental system, which is very suitable for the growth of multiple crops. Mean annual precipitation in this area, which is sub-Himalayan, is about 1400 millimeters. Typically about 1200 to 1500 millimeters on lower slopes, increasing due to orographic effects up to about 2000 millimeters on the upper slopes. So of course it's monsoonal with the summer rains from May to October, and October to about April is relatively dry. We have this increase of precipitation with altitude, which of course we know as an orographic effect. The local mountain range is Alo Mountains, and that goes up from the base of the catchment, about 1400 meters, up to just short of 3000 meters. So in the range, so this is further to the south. But the system, again, is very efficient in terms of recycling within the system rather than interacting with adjacent systems, in the sense that the Yuang Valley has frequent fogs, and this means that water is recycled within the system. So what we have is fogs going up the valley, especially in late afternoon. We call these anabatic winds because in the setting sun, there's micro differences in air pressure which cause air to flow from the cooler shadow valley, parts of the valley up to the upper slopes. So this is a sort of fog situation we have here. This is the lower valley. That's looking this is dawn, so that's looking east, and it's a subsystem of the Red River or Hong He, which flows about 20 kilometers from there into Vietnam. So this water here, the cloud, of course, is recycling water within the system and is therefore adds to the hydrological budget. If you look at the associated changes in land use, which are very ecologically zoned, we've got the upper area here, which are the grasslands, grazed mainly by water buffalo, and then we go into the wooded areas and then into the terraces. Chingu is there. So looking from top to bottom, these are the upper slopes, the grasslands, progressing into the woodlands, and they form the woodlands and the grasslands form a very important part of the agro ecosystem, especially the woodlands. Very clean water provided to the terrace system. We do have had a number of erosion plot studies over the years as part of the network. This is to evaluate runoff and erosion in the woodland ecosystem, which, as one would expect, runoff rates are quite low, but the water itself is quite clean. Then going a bit further down slope, we enter into the tea plantations. Yunnan province is very famous for its tea. And again, we have erosion plots in this sort of shrubland area in the associated with the tea area, and the data from the weather station is transferred by this telemetry system to Yunnan Agricultural University, which is about 340 kilometers to the north. The geology is also a very important part of the environmental system. It's impervious, consisting of metamorphic gneiss and mica schists. So water doesn't usually penetrate to great depth. It stays within the surface zone and provides runoff to spring lines on the mid slope. The structural geology is also very important in the sense that the valley is a syncline structure. So the base of the slope is the base of the syncline, but with the effect that the hydrological catchment is larger than the physiographic catchment. So if you have, there's the groundwater in adjacent areas flows along the bedding plains into the main catchments. So in fact, it does hydrologically capture water from adjacent catchments. But within the system, these deep pockets of weathered granite, usually about 50 meters deep, especially in the mid-slope, and these are very important water storage features. So even though it's a monsoonal climate, there is perennial water flow, of course, especially during the monsoon, but also in the dry season. And from these pockets of weathered granite, we get the origination of springs. So that's one of these pockets in the tropical regime, which is it's being high altitude at 3,000 meters. It's not very hot, but we have weathering of the kaolinite. There's white material here, which is then, in this case, is being used for building sand, but also it has very strong water retentive properties, so they're very good as water storage systems, storing the monsoon rain for the subsequent dry season. And in the mid-slope, we can see these as a series of ponds, which then generate the water to maintain the lower terrace system in a perennially wet state. So that the Hani, the secret seems to be the complexity of the system. They're not simple systems by any means. They have complex fertigation system, mixing sources of nutrients, especially manure, with irrigation water. So this water is very rich in nitrogen, N. And the manure is a complex mix from cattle, from pigs, the horses. There's also night soil, and they take the material and do one of two things. Either it's placed adjacent to the channels in a compost heap, or it's placed in fertilizer ponds, which in which they break down further. And then when it comes to the spring planting season of the rice, the bunds are broken, and the selected bunds are broken, and then the nitrogen-rich water, irrigation water, goes into the channels, cascading down the slope through the paddy fields, and you get a flush of nitrogen into the early spring. So there's a very efficient input of nitrogen just when it's needed for the rice, and the nitrogen is not wasted and is not a pollution problem further into the Red River Basin. Also, the local rice is very diverse genetically, and it has high disease resistance. There's been quite a number of studies led by Professor Zhu, and the local speciality is red rice. It's a very pleasant tasting rice, very productive, and high value. So these are the systems. See, going down slope and a bund would be broken, and down the irrigation channel, the nitrogen flush would move down the system. There, this would be the sort of place where the bund is broken. So questions that we have, it seems that as the terraces become older, understandably, there's an increase in the depth of the mineral organic topsoil AP horizon, which its texture is typically clay loam. About 0.6 meters in the upper terraces, 1 meter mid terraces, and 1.2 meters in the lower terraces. So it does seem that and it's logical that the depth of the AP horizon might be an indirect or surrogate measure of age. Now, of course, to know this, we need to be able to date it, and something we haven't done but we hope to do is to take buried organic material, especially wood is preferable, beneath the lower terraces, because the early history of the terraces is not very clear at all. So that would give us a starting date of the system. So the intention is to do radiocarbon dating. If we can find buried wood at the base. Of course, the half-life of carbon-14 is 5,688 years. So if it was 1,300 years old, then about 75% of the carbon-14, about 25% of the carbon-14 would have decayed away. Would have about 75% of the C14 content of modern wood. So that's something we hope to do. There's been a number of soil surveys, especially led by the Belgian members of our team. The soil survey shows that even though the system is very productive, the actual soil fertility is surprisingly low. Mildly acidic, mildly to moderately acidic, pH 5 to 6, fairly low cation exchange capacity values, 4 to 7. So it does seem that crop productivity is really maintained not so much by the input of nutrients in themselves, but by the efficient recycling within the system. And there's a paper I'll show at the end, the references of Gilles Collinet. Another factor is that the Yuanyang terraces are relatively isolated, which has, until recently, really, means they haven't really attracted the scientific attention that they deserve. Being near the border with Vietnam, that has had problems because there have been military conflicts, so it wasn't an area, even Chinese from outside the area weren't allowed to go. So, and it is quite difficult to get to as well. From the center of Kunming to Jingho is 326 kilometers. So it has been relatively isolated, but this is changing, which is due to the advent of tourism in the Yuanyang system, which can have both positive and negative effects. And this is a very much important current issue. Of course, with tourism, there's the lack of the agricultural labor force. They go into tourism, and of course the terrace systems then not fully repaired, collapses, which actually then eventually removes the raison d'etre for tourism in the area. And of course our Spanish colleagues will be able to tell us a lot about these problems as they have occurred on the mass tourism on the coast of Spain. But there are, so that there's worry, perhaps too many people go into tourism, and then you end up with a kind of Disney terrace land, if you like, which in the long term wouldn't be sustainable. But there are positive aspects. The Yuanyang terraces are actually the only human-created upland wetlands registered under the Ramsar Convention. And relatively recently, the terraces were awarded UNESCO heritage status. That was awarded on 22nd of June 2013 by the UNESCO meeting held in Phnom Penh in Cambodia. There's as in accordance with UNESCO protocols, there's a management plan. And I've just taken a couple of quotes translated into English. Part of the plan is protection, comprehensive management, and reasonable sustainable development. Very nice, very logical, of the river, forests, villages, terraces, four-dimensional ecological system. So the policy is in place, and it's very commendable. There's a focus on high-value, sustainable organic vegetables. There's red rice, very tasty, nutritious, and there's also they make red rice noodles from this. Honey from the woods, fruit, mushrooms, vegetables. So high-value, sustainable organic agriculture. The red rice and red rice products are about twice the price of the usual rice varieties. And the parallel strand is the focus on the development of tourism, which is, again, to take the quote, ecological green ecotourism. And a number of issues have been addressed. Accommodation, not to build luxury, huge hotels, but to emphasize tourists going to stay with local people in guest houses. And so there's this social interaction, so visitors can understand more about the Hani culture. Emphasis on local food and cuisine, which case again adds to understanding. Architecture, the maintenance of the traditional architectural systems, and transport. Of course, it's not going to be a good idea to have lots of people turning up in cars and driving about and causing air pollution. So they're developing a good public transport system and bicycle hire and so on, so people can cycle around the areas. Even though it's steep, the terraces themselves, of course, are level, so it's quite a good place to cycle. So if I try to distill this, on the one hand, there are unique aspects of the landscape, but what lessons do they have for us in the global community? And I think in essence, in summary, there's resource optimization, there's no waste. The landscape is multifunctional, and they have very positive cultural attitudes to environmental systems, soil resources. Now, these have been put together, or they are recorded through history as ballads or songs, so poems to music, and they're very instructional. But as mentioned, until recently, they didn't have a written language. But a local scholar, Zhang Hongzhen, had meetings with the elders of the Hani, called Mopi, and though these ballads, poems weren't written down, they've gone from generation to generation, and Zhang collated them. So the collated ballads consist of 121 verses, and they cover events throughout the 4 seasons. They're very instructional. I've read the English translation, and this is my favorite one, which I think kind of summarizes it nicely. That is, better water comes from better trees, better paddies develop with better water, and better offspring prosper with better paddies. If you're interested in this, we've serialized them in the newsletter of the European Society for Soil Conservation, ESSC, and the president of the ESSC will talk to us soon, Kamalo Dazi, today. So we've serialized them starting from issue 2012, from 2012 issue 2, and there's free and open access. and that's the website if you're interested to read them all. Those are the selected references about the soil, a more general view of the agroecosystem, the honey ballads, and the rice genetic diversity, which in fact was published in Nature. So I think that kind of summarizes what I think the honey have to tell us as a global community. And I'd like to thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Phelan, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
In fact, we understand that the honey people have very rich cultural heritage, and
Indeed, yeah.
they respect their traditions. And the science behind, or in fact, the reason behind the existence and the sustainability of these terraces is that they respect their culture and their traditions. And it is inherent in their culture that they respect nature. In fact, you said that they even very religiously they protect it.
Yes, that's
thank you very much, sir,
true,
for this. But we have some questions which have been flagged in the chat box.
Okay.
I'll just flag them here for you.
Please.
Yeah, Dr. Eduardo Costanini, he asked that which kind of soils do they have? And
which
then
kind
Dr.
of
which kind of soils do they? Let me give you 3 or 4 questions, and you can take your time to reply.
They're clay loams, but it's in the tropics, but it's a subtropical soil. So the thing is, they're not easily classified because they're totally artificial. So
could be varying on terraces.
We call it an anthroposol in the WBO, as the WRO. It would be an anthroposol because it's all human modified hydric soils. So it's not easy to classify. It's typical of in terms of the climatic and the clay mineralogy interaction. It's sort of subtropical clay loams.
Clay loams, okay. And then Dr. Carmelo Dazi wanted to know, with such low soil pH, do they have a problem with aluminum toxicity?
Do they have a problem?
Problem with aluminum toxicity?
Not aware of that. No. We have measured it, and yeah, it's not a problem. It's not very, very low. Typical pH would be just under 6, about 5.8 to 6. So it's a pH which might.
And then in growing rice, you see, when you irrigate, when you put so much of water, it should be it should become neutral after that. Near to neutral.
Yes, yes. It's just on the acid side, but I don't think there's aluminium toxicity problem. But it's a very good question, and goes back to there hasn't been enough research here really, because it's only really in recent times where it's become open, and because of distance, difficulty of travel, difficulty on a sensitive political border, or was sensitive. So all these issues mean that a lot of the very wise questions asked, we don't know the answers. But it does seem, even though we might know the answers from a scientific perspective, over the centuries, the honey have kind of worked them out. So it is very much in accordance with agro organic principles.
Then what are the typical rice yields in that area, and what is the rate of erosion?
The typical rice yields are quite high. I think it's 3 to 5 tons per hectare on average. So it's quite productive. The red rice is quite short and compact, so it's not lodged easily. so it's comparable to standard rice a little bit more, and it's quite genetically diverse and disease resistant. So in that paper, which is a book chapter, 2017, there are some crop productivity values. But as I recall, top of my head, it's about 3 to 5 tons per hectare. So it's very respectable production.
What is the erosion? Any
Sorry, yes.
measurements for erosion in that area?
We couldn't find any. We've looked and we can't find any. So it seems to be very well. It is very well managed. Now, of course, this brings concern if they're not well managed, with possible threat of mass tourism. Then, of course, if these systems break, then there'll be a cascading effect and there will be erosion. So long as the system is maintained in this intelligent way, erosion seems minimal, and we didn't really find any evidence of severe erosion. Real erosion we'd find, but not severe gully erosion.
Okay. Has there been any, in fact, sir, we have participants from the northwestern states as well as in the northeastern states where they have typically this similar ecology.
Mm-hmm.
They are interested in knowing what can be done to quantify the nutrient and carbon losses in such ecologies, if they want to do this.
Well, the United Agriculture University did actually set up a nutrient monitoring program. So they do have a lot of data, taking test fields and measuring the nutrient budgets. They did concentrate on NPK. I don't think there's a lot of data on the micro nutrients or the minor elements in the nutrient budget. But yes, they had detailed monitoring of the inputs, throughputs, outputs within specific subsystem of the terraces. If our colleagues like to follow that up, all the contact details are in the abstract, including the emails, and I'd suggest they make direct contact with Professor Wu Bezer. Professor Wu, W.U., he's the leader of the sort of agronomic research, and he would be able to provide more precise details. We're kind of going down as Western scientists and just think, well, this is fantastic. But so we would like to visit more often, but it's not so easy. But they go on a regular basis, so they would be able to give you the nutrient budget information. But there is work on it and data.
One more point. As you told that these are now recognized as UNESCO heritage sites.
Yes.
So this reminds me of similar ecology in Philippines, the Banawe rice terraces.
Yes, yes.
So any comparisons?
There are many similarities. I'm not aware of anyone who has specifically done a comparative study, though that may exist. But of course, yes, in terms of the World Heritage Site, the Filipino ones are well established, but I don't think they have this constant water regime. So I think the perennial wet system with different food sources coming in at different times of the year is specific to this system, as far as I know. But yes, there are very close parallels between the two systems, but to date, there hasn't been collaboration between the two. Again, isolation here, not in the Philippines, which has meant that there's a lot we don't know.
Can I make a question?
Sorry.
Yes, Professor Pla, please.
Huh? Hello, Mike.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm very well. Oh, yes, Professor Placentis, yes. Hola,
No,
hola.
I have just, you say they don't apply any chemical fertilizer, they use organic products for fertilization, and
Yeah,
I don't know
little
how they.
bit as cropped in, but certainly was that case. But it's a kind of ecological and in some parts organic. But the current policy is to stress organic to get the high value crops.
Yeah. Anyway, you said that how. I don't know how they can keep, the nutrient balance there with that, because you have extraction, with the harvested crop, and just with recycling organic materials, you say that they keep the fertility. I don't know how is the contribution of the azolla in the nitrogen fixation on that. But in any case, my question was, using all those organic products, you say that the water quality is very good from the top to the bottom, the area.
Mm-hmm.
You have any contamination with those organic materials in the water?
I'm not in full possession of the data set, but what I've seen is no, the water quality is very good, really, because the system is very efficient and the nutrients are retained within the system rather than released. So it's very important, the timing of the spring flush of nutrients to accumulate the nutrients and compost both beside the channel and in specific compost ponds. That builds up, and then either put it into the channel or break the bund in spring, just at the time, just after the rice has been planted and is actively growing. So the nutrients go to the rice and not out of the system. So from
Thanks,
the water
Dr.
quality
Phelan.
data we
In
have
fact,
is, sorry.
Sir, actually, we are now running behind our schedule.
Yes, I understand.
As
yes.
per your schedule, also you have to be for your students' lessons, and I think.
Oh yes, yes. I'll just have to go for a short time, come back. But thank you very much.
Please
I'll
be
come
back for 7:15 by 7:15 p.m. IST, because there's a very important panel discussion where we'll be taking.
Oh yeah, I'll be back for that. I should only be about half an hour. Sorry about that. That's one thing I couldn't get out of. So
thank you very much.
I'll be back. But my email's there. If any questions, please email me. We'll look into the details.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
So next, for introducing our next speaker, I would like to request Dr. Vikas Sharma. Dr. Vikas?
Okay, no problem. I will be introducing Professor Carmelo Desi. I think he is here with us. Professor Carmelo Desi, we are thankful to him because he has accepted our invitation. I am Dr. Sanjay Arora.
This is not me. This is not me. This is Dr. Dean Campila.
Dr. Kohli, please. Okay. Who is the next speaker?
Sir, please start. Actually, picture was okay.
Dr. Kohli, the second speaker is Dr. Desi.
Yes, second speaker is Dr. Desi.
So welcome you, sir. He is the president of European Society of Soil Conservation, and we are thankful to him for agreeing our request to be the part of this event. He is full professor of soil science at Palmero University, and his research concern mainly are soil science and land evolution for agriculture and forestry. Coordinated several research projects and published more than 290 scientific papers and some book chapters. He is president of European Society of Soil Conservation and vice chair of European Soil Partnership at FAO, vice president of European Ecocycle Society, and past president of Italian Society of Soil Science, member of board of ISCO, and he is very dynamic personality and renowned soil scientist. So I welcome Professor Desi for joining the ISCO event. So we will be eager to listen to you, sir. Welcome you, sir.
Well, thanks a lot, Dr. Arora, for your nice presentation. You are very, very kind. So, distinguished colleagues, good afternoon and good morning. It depends on your country, of course. I'm speaking to you from my department. I'm full professor of soil science at the University of Palermo in South Italy. And let me share my screen with you so that I can start with my presentation. I suppose that can you see my presentation? And
yes, sir. Yes, it is visible. It is visible, sir.
Okay, thanks a lot. So first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers of this virtual global summit organized to celebrate the International Earth Day 2021. In particular, I wish to thank the ISCO president, Dr. Suraiban, and president of ISCO, for inviting me and all of you, of course, personally, and also on behalf of the European Society for Soil Conservation. I wish to welcome you to my presentation. And it's an honor to have the opportunity to address such a distinguished audience. And what I'd like to present to you today are some reflections and ideas from a political point of view on how to increase soil awareness and governance and follow the roadmap towards the 2030 European Union Soil Thematic Strategy. As a European, I wish to focus my presentation on problems that we have in Europe concerning the soil management, soil governance, soil awareness, and so on. Also because we are on the way to prepare a new soil thematic strategy in Europe. So the first reflection that I wish to share with you is that soils are crucial for fighting climate change, protecting human health, safeguarding biodiversity and ecosystem, and ensuring food security. Healthy soil are a key enabler to achieve the objective of the European Green Deal, such as climate neutrality, biodiversity restoration, zero pollution, healthy and sustainable food system, and of course, a resilient environment. In this moment, all over the world and also in Europe, top-level political persons are discussing online, as we are doing now, about the new thematic strategy and about the Green Deal for Europe from toward the 2050. So the biodiversity strategy and the European Union biodiversity strategy announced that update of the European Union soil thematic strategy to address soil and land degradation in a comprehensive way and to help to achieve land degradation neutrality by 2030. It's a very big aspect of our intervention. So the roadmap towards the 2030 European Union soil thematic strategy highlights that it is essential to step up effort to protect soil fertility, reduce erosion, and increase soil organic matter. So a new policy framework is needed because the old soil thematic strategy is no longer adapted to the policy context of today and the improved scientific knowledge base. If no additional action is taken, there is a risk, a high risk, that the European Union will fail its Green Deal and international objectives. In the meantime, land and soil continue to be subject to severe degradation. So, following such premises, I believe that it is mandatory for the soil science community to reflect on how to increase soil awareness and governance to favor an effective roadmap to the 2030 soil thematic strategy. I would say not only Europe, but all over the world, all over the world. So I would propose some ideas on how to define and consider the soil. These ideas would be for increasing soil awareness, encouraging soil sustainability, soil security, soil ecosystem services, and soil development goals in a social and political arena, particularly in Europe, but not only Europe, all over the world, I believe, that is increasingly economically oriented and dependent, while promoting effective and concrete soil governance. We must keep in mind this, that nowadays the social and political arena is economically oriented and dependent. So I believe that this last is a very important point in soil science. Why? Because following Breivik and Arnold, it is important to carefully consider the current pedological definition of soil and whether it can adequately address modern needs. So, what about the general concern on the main soil issue nowadays? In the last 2 decades, specific concepts and ideas have been stressed to highlight soil importance and role in a healthy environment. This refers to the concept of sustainable development goals, soil ecosystem services, soil sustainability, soil security, soil awareness, and soil governance. So, to have an idea of the attention that this concept have mainly in the scientific literature, I did a systematic search in Scopus, considering the title, abstract, and keywords. The review was limited to the number of scientific papers that have been published in the last 20 years, from 2001 to 2020, as reported in Scopus at the end of last February 2021. You can see the lines, and it emerges that in the past 2 decades, about 65,000 papers have been published on the above listed soil issue, and most of them, more than 31,000, around 50%, refer to sustainable development goals. A very small amount, less than 1,000, however, deals with soil governance, and I'm strongly convinced that, I'm strongly convinced that this is a problem. This is a problem. You can see also the histogram in the bottom part of the slide. A big differences between soil development goals, the other issue concerning the soil, and soil governance that from a political point of view is very important. As far as concerned, the sustainable development goals, as I told, more than 31 papers have been published in 20 years on this subject, The considerable appeal that sustainable development goal issue has had in the last 2 decades relies on the fact that sustainable development goals are an issue that show objective importance, not only for soil and food security, but also for social, cultural, and economic goals. Soils play a key role that is evident for sustainable development goals number 1, number 2, number 3, 6, 7, 11, 13, and 15. As far as concerned soil sustainability, more than 14,000 7,000 papers have been published in the last 20 years on this subject. And over 100 different definitions have been proposed for soil sustainability. The most acknowledged due to Abbott and Murphy, consider the sustainability as being soil management that meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs from that soil. And more, as far as concerns soil ecosystem services, more than 7,000 papers have been published in the last 20 years. The soil social and ecological values represent the aggregate value of the ecosystem services provided by the soil that are thought to contribute a bit less than 12 trillion worth in dollars. Such figure that you can see over there in the slide, this very long number, a very long number, 12 trillion looks very short, but if I write the figures expressed in monetary account unit, is useful to highlight the magnitude of the ecosystem, of the eco-services provided by the soil and remain engraved in the mind of the readers. And this is important in my opinion. I will explain why. Considering the soil security, in 20 years, more than 7.5 thousand papers have been published. Soil security has been defined as the maintenance and improvement of the capacity of the world's soil resources to produce food, fiber, and fresh water, contribute to energy and climate sustainability, and maintain the biodiversity and the overall protection of the ecosystem. Going on, as far as concerned soil awareness, few papers have been published on soil awareness in the last 20 years. Only 2.5 more, a little bit more than 2.5 thousand. This is surprising if we take into consideration the plethora of initiatives that has been and still are planned to increase and spread the awareness of the soil, not only Europe, but also all over the world. I wish to recall to our mind that the World Soil Day, the Earth Day, and the Soil Global Partnership Initiative, a lot of them. So it's really surprising that soil awareness is not so considered. And what about soil governance? Very few papers, only a little bit more than 900, not 1,000, 900 have been published on soil governance in the last 20 years. Soil governance embraces all legal prescription, regulation, market incentive, rules, norms, habits, attitude that concern soil-related decision-making processes of state and non-state actors at all decision-making levels. So, consequently, soil governance should be the main tool through which politicians and administrators would regulate and control how soil are used and managed to avoid any environmental problems due to soil misuse or soil mismanagement. So, despite the objective interest shown in issues such as soil security and the sustainability, soil ecosystem services, and so on, not only on a European level, but also on a world level, soil governance remains the Cinderella among the issues concerning the soil. So, starting from these premises, I believe that we need a new idea of soil, that it is not really new. Why? Because starting from the late 18th century, soil science became more systematically structured, leading in these last 200 years to a plethora of definitions of soil that have been masterfully discussed and listed by Artem Inc. in 2016, a very nice scientific paper. So, with the beginning of the Anthropocene, we started to live in a global village in which economic production and dissemination of knowledge plays a key role in the creation of wealth and where money makes the world go round. Such reflection lead to considering the soil on a broader and more appropriate scale, which is the main and only one that better reflects its importance for humanity. The same scale that was devoted to the soil in China 4,000 years ago, 4,000 years before present, in Egypt, 3,000 years before, in Egypt, 3,000 years before present, in Mexico, 500 years before present, and in Germany, 100 years ago. In China, during the Bao dynasty, a Chinese soil engineer, arranged a soil classification system divided into 9 soil groups based on their different capability. These soil classes were used to estimate potential different level of income that during the Jin dynasty were taxed accordingly. People were taxed accordingly the income deriving from the soil. And also in ancient Egypt, with the same taxation purposes in ancient Egypt, the Kemet soil close to the Nile River were separated from the desert soil found at a great distance from the river and that rarely profited from the periodic flooding of the Nile. Besides, the Aztec, a Mesoamerican people that flourished in central Mexico from the 14th to the 16th century, developed a soil classification system with up to 45 classes that was used for taxation. In the modern era, only in one case, around 1 year ago, in Germany, soil were defined for land taxation purposes with politically agreed methods, definition, interpretation. So this was the past. But nowadays, we must consider that for most European, economy and environmental issues have a direct impact on the quality of their lives. In a recent survey carried out in Europe, it was asked to the European citizen, to what extent the following factors influence the quality of your life? And the answer for 80–85% of the European was economic factors. And for 75–76% of the European citizens, the answer was the state of the environment. Moreover, it was asked, do you agree that the protection of the environment can boost economic growth in the EU? Around 75–80% believe that the protection of the environment can boost economic growth. And the efficient use, sorry, I made a mistake. Sorry. And again, it was asked, do you agree that the efficient use of natural resources can boost economic growth in European Union? 80–85% of the Europeans say yes. May I continue? Sorry, gentlemen, may I continue?
Dr. Chopra, please unmute yourself.
Okay, so let me continue, please.
Dr. Diazi, please unmute yourself and start. I had to mute everybody because of the noise.
Okay, now I can continue. Thanks a lot. So I believe that we have to face, almost in Europe, a problem, a dilemma. A question is how to ensure soil governance and to follow the roadmap toward the 2030 soil thematic strategy, save soil ecosystem services in the era, the Anthropocene, characterized by an ever-prevalent influence of humanity on soil and a continuous lack of awareness from politicians and administrators, concerning the importance of soil in the environmental equilibrium. To ensure that concepts such as soil governance, soil awareness, soil sustainability, soil security, ecosystem services are not merely abstractions, I believe it mandatory to consider soil mainly as a media producing economy, as the ancient inhabitants of China, Egypt, and Aztec, and in Germany, people did 1,000 years ago. So this would require it doesn't work. Such a consideration is not new in soil science and should be aligned with the need for policy to ensure soil security by encouraging sustainable soil management practices, by a sound soil governance, as stressed by FAO 4 years ago. This would require that to go towards a real and shared soil governance, we should change our soil paradigm, providing an up-to-date and effective definition of soil dedicated to politicians and administrators. And in my opinion, this is the most useful soil definition for politicians and administrators. The soil is an economic and natural resources that deeply influences the social and political system. The soil is an economic and natural resource that deeply influences the social and political system. Such a definition focuses the attention on the economic side of the soil. In my opinion, the only features that truly attract the attention of politicians and administrators could follow the roadmap towards the new European Union soil thematic strategy and could efficiently foster the linkage between soil science and society and turn soil science, policy, economy full circle, leading to a real soil governance. This is the linkage between policy, soil science, and economy that go towards soil governance. Soil, since the beginning of the history of humans on Earth, has been primarily seen as an economic resource and a source of wealth. Such an ancient but ever valid vision of soil, supported by a new soil paradigm that considers the soil mainly an economic resource, not only a natural resource, could also be useful for soil science and for soil scientists, because it could stimulate and lead to the genesis of a new discipline that, as a branch of bioeconomics, we could call pedoeconomy. So we can stimulate the genesis of a new discipline that could be very important for the future of our soil and for the future of our old Earth. This is my last slide, but before to finish, let me cordially let me cordially invite all of you to the next International Congress that the European Society for Soil Conservation is organizing together with the European Ecocycle Society on sustainable management of cultural landscape in the context of the European Green Deal. It will be next November from 9 to 14 in my region, nearby my city, so in Italy, of course. So all of you are cordially invited to attend this, in my opinion, very important international congress. Also because two European scientific society interact each other to organize a big event on the natural and cultural landscape in the context of the European Green Deal. So you will be very welcome. And again, thank you for your attention. And I'm here to answer to your observation and questions. Thanks a lot again.
Carmelo Dazi. It was nice hearing to you. This was a different science. In fact, this is how our science, how our soil science should be taken up by the policymakers and the planners. If there are any questions, yes, you may raise your hand or put up in the chat box. We'll take it up. But I'd just like to point out, Dr. Dazi, that when specifically I have in mind the conditions that prevail in India, when they come to making policy decisions or some sort of policy which is related to soil management, we feel that sometimes they do not have a thorough scientific background for that. I specifically say so for one reason, that we have in our country these days, we have a system of promoting soil testing by the state governments, by the central government as well, where even our Prime Minister has laid a strong emphasis on soil testing. But at the end of the day, what they have been what they have been actually doing is that there is more emphasis on collection of soil samples and reporting, but they haven't taken care that the testing process goes well, and not also taken care that this testing process delivers timely reports. So you might be having certain other things. Could you elaborate some good examples where governance in soil science or in the concepts related to soil science has been implemented on a scientific basis anywhere in the world? Just some elaboration, sir, please.
I have had some troubles in hearing you, my dear colleagues. So anyway,
if you have any examples in mind or any incident where you have seen governance related to soil science being implemented very nicely.
Unfortunately not.
The scientific concepts being implemented by the governments.
We tried several times, particularly in my country, to implement a policy devoted to soil conservation. The problem is that there is a sort of resistance that concerns the industry. As far as concerned, the last soil thematic strategy it was stopped by a lobby that is called Eurobusiness. Eurobusiness is the lobby of the people involved in industry. You know, when you put some rules in using the soilscape and the landscape, you can have some obstacles in the development of the industry, in development of infrastructure, and so on. So in 2006, the soil thematic strategy was stopped by the lobby of the industry, not only in Italy but all over Europe, and mainly from the North European countries. In this moment, we were afraid that again we will have some troubles, particularly from the Northern European countries. Also because, you know, we are a sort of confederation in Europe, and there is a sort of jealousy in managing the soil from one country to another one country. We as European Soil Society for Soil Conservation believe that the future of Europe is in a big cooperation without any border. But anyway, we will see what will happen in the future. And this is the reason why I wish to stress that we know, you know, we are soil scientists, land managers, the soil scientists in particular, and we know exactly, perfectly what is the soil. But when we interact with administrators and mainly with politicians, it is important that we explain that we are not speaking about a sort of natural resources that we have for granted. We must explain that when I speak about soil, I speak about money. Because, why? Because particularly in this last 40 years, in which we had the Anthropocene, money makes the world go around. And we have such evidence, particularly in this period of pandemic. A lot of people thanks to the economy. So if we wish to protect our soil, we must demonstrate that when we speak about soil, we speak about money. That is important. That is my opinion. That is my opinion. I see a couple of questions. Anyway, that concern. Okay, great bifurcation of role of soil for the welfare of our society. Thank you, Dr. Pushprai. And again, thank you, Marta. Thank you, Marta. And to Trilog Natal, what is the fee for the Congress in Italy in November? Oh, it's very cheap. And for regular participants that are member of the European Society for Soil Conservation is 100 euros. For students, only for students, PhD students and people like that, only 50 euros. So please go to the webpage of the Congress and tick that you wish to participate. Thanks a lot again.
Dr. Diaji, there's one more question in the chat box which says that your presentation is mostly, and it's obvious that it has to be, that it has been more it has references for the European Union. But what are your opinion about the leadership all over the world at a large scale regarding awareness about the soil and soil resources?
Opinion on the leadership of the people involved in leadership. You know, we are people that is under the influence of emotion. So when we have emotion, we think about the ideas that come from that emotion. In this moment, as I stressed in my talk today, the top leader of USA, of Europe, of China, of Russia will be around the screen to discuss about protection of the earth. But what will happen in next week or next month under the pressure of the people that need to solve, first of all, economic problems? So I believe that we must insist in demonstrating that when we speak about soil, we speak about money. If we will be so wise and so clever to demonstrate, not only to the politicians, of course, but also to the normal people, to the people that daily go to work, that soil, to protect soil means to increase the income of personal income and the income of the nation. In that moment, I believe that we will be, we as soil scientists will be the winner. We must adopt a sort of win-win strategy in demonstrating that soil means money. Thanks again.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Diazi. Even if you have to leave for some other work, Dr. Diazi, please make sure that you are with us at around 7:15 p.m. IST. Okay, we have a discussion session planned. So further discussions will be there in that session. So thank you, Dr. Diazi. For now, we can move on to the next presentation. Dr. Vikas, please.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kohli. Our next keynote speaker is Dr. Dindo Camplian. He has already joined us. He's the Regional Director for Asia in International Union for Conservation of Nature. He's also the Hub Director for Oceania. Dr. Dindo has a very distinguished career, and he has been associated with CGIAR, CIAT. Yeah, he has served as the Regional Director at the International Center for Tropical Agriculture from 2014 to 2020. And earlier, he has been with CGIAR, and he has had a number of leadership positions in Philippines, China, India, and Vietnam, while concurrently, he served as the Global Senior Management teams. He has over 20 years of Asia-wide program management experience in agriculture, food, and environment, research and development with CGIAR and UN. And we are very honored that he has agreed to be one of the key speakers in this summit. I request Dr. Dindo to please start with his talk.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. I wonder if my video is working. Can you see my camera? It's can you see my camera at the moment or not?
No, not yet. Not yet.
Okay. It's supposed to be on, but nothing is coming out.
Maybe you can try uploading, sharing your presentation.
Okay. Let me try to share screen. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, it's okay. We can see.
Okay, I'll just go straight into my PowerPoint. So thank you again for inviting me. I'm connecting to you to this event from Bangkok, Thailand, where I'm currently based. A bit of an explanation. I'm glad that I'm making this presentation following Professor Dazi's, because in fact it builds on some of the many issues, governance issues, institutional, political issues that he already mentioned. As a bit of a background to the presentation today, as has been already mentioned, I do have a background in agriculture for many years, and it was only recently that I joined the IUCN and moved into the other realm of nature and nature conservation. So to me, speaking to you today, I try to provide a bridge between where I come from, which is agriculture, and what I do now, which is nature. And it essentially means that we need to bring together these two worlds, because in the end, they're not really two different worlds. They're one and the same world. And I think our discussion today of land health and soils allows us a platform to look at nature and agriculture together. So this isn't a technical paper on soil science. I'm not a soil scientist. I have a background in agriculture and agricultural production, with an interest in institutional systems, policies, and sustainable development. I'm also very pleased that I reconnect with you, because I used to be based right in Delhi at the NASC complex when I was with the CJER. And I think I may have met some of you in my dealings with ICAR, IRI, and the many different institutes across India. Okay, so going into my presentation, I'm trying to cover 3 key points here. One is a brief overview of what we do at the IUCN. And I assume some of you are quite familiar with my organization. But in relation to our programmatic framework and our agenda, which we call Nature 2030, One Nature, One Future. Then I move into a more specific framework and programmatic document that we have, which we call the Common Ground. And it's really about restoring land health for sustainable agriculture, which seems to be a perfect link to the topic of today's event. And then I come into some more practical and operational examples around one of the approaches that we have been working on and promoting as IUCN, which is NBS, on nature-based solutions, and how we're applying NBS standards in Asia, including in India, as well as here in Southeast Asia. So starting with IUCN's program agenda. So IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, is a unique environmental organization because we consist of member states, governments, including India, but also over 1,400 other organizational members, including ministries, NGOs, CSOs, even indigenous peoples organizations. So we have this multi-stakeholder nature of the IUCN that brings a unique character to the union. Besides this membership, we are also proud of our 18,000 plus experts, which operate through what we call the IUCN Commission. I might think that a few of you are members of this commission. So this is the global networks of scientists and experts working around specific things in nature, either on species conservation or around ecosystems or in communication and education. So overall, it is this diversity and vast expertise that makes us, the IUCN, a global authority on the status of the natural world and the measures needed to safeguard it, including for sustainable land management. Our program is very important because it's this program, which you can see from the slide now, is not a program that we in the Secretariat produce by ourselves. It goes through a very expensive process of consultation, approval, and even voting by the entire membership of the union. So it's a binding document that provides a roadmap for us every 4 years of our work. And I'll give a few examples of what's in our current program document that relates to the theme today. So our current program from this year until 2024 uses a framework that looks at 4 areas: land, water, climate, and oceans. But what is distinct about the current program framework now is you see people right at the center. So we're not just looking at nature as a purely biophysical and natural ecosystem, but rather as a system where people and nature coexist. And I'll give an example of land, which is one of the programmatic areas since that relates to our discussion of soils today. And you see here 2 examples of our priority outcome targets. And the first at the top on ecosystems being retained and restored, species conserved and recovered, and key biodiversity areas safeguarded. Now this is very IUCN, which is relevant because IUCN, as you know, is known for our work on species assessment and conservation. So you're looking here at species and biodiversity as an approach to ecosystems management within our land programmatic area. And that includes, for example, forests and terrestrial ecosystems. Another important area of work for us in land is on landscapes. And by that, we mean nature's value and benefits, and this how we are safeguarding this in the long term. I have highlighted in blue the last point at the bottom, because that is the one that I think links to many of your interests today, which is how we manage and conserve soil biodiversity, the below the ground biodiversity, and how this becomes part of our discussion in planning for and intervening in more productive land use and agricultural systems. Besides our key program, I also want to introduce to you what we have put together as our strategic initiatives, again, by way of inviting you to join our partnership and the collaboration. So you see here 6 strategic initiatives, one of which is on nature, agriculture, and land health. Before that, let me just quickly go to the rest. We have an important initiative right now at the moment on nature finance, because it's always easy to talk about conserving nature, but we also need to mobilize capital, investment, and finance to support work on nature conservation, including for biodiversity, and how we build that into business models, including private sector engagement. A second initiative we have at the moment is what we call the IUCN Academy, and it is our platform for training, capacity building, and as well as outreach to different organizations and practitioners. It has been launched at our headquarters in Switzerland, and soon we will be launching similar regional platforms, including here in Asia. A third one is around nature-based recovery. That simply means as we go through the pandemic and other sort of crisis, how we can find solutions within nature to help mitigate and help us cope and recover, such as with the COVID crisis at the moment. But going into the strategic initiative on nature, agriculture, and land health, we see this as an important focus on how we mainstream land health in sustainable agriculture through a concept which we call nature positive agriculture. So how do we pursue agriculture by making sure it is also net positive results for the natural ecosystem? So why are we doing this, and why we think that IUCN could be your important partner, your important voice, your important platform promoting enabling organization. Our core business is still around science, which is derived from a lot of the products that you may be familiar and associated with IUCN, such as the red list and the green list. So this scientific base that we have provides us the opportunity to generate the best of scientific knowledge to support decision-making and policy. A third value proposition we have is the broad and diverse membership. So as I've mentioned, we have membership as states, India, for example, but our membership also includes NGOs, other government ministries, and indigenous peoples organizations. And our global presence, as we have membership across the globe, and all of those take part in what we refer to as a democratic process in developing and implementing policies, and our ability to provide trusted knowledge, convening and building multi-stakeholder partnerships. Okay, so going now into the specific report and document which we use in our work on nature and agriculture, it's referred to as the Common Ground Report, and it's also available from the IUCN website. It's called the Common Ground Report because it brings nature and agriculture together. And it's about restoring land health for sustainable agriculture. And a key question we address in that report is, how soil and landscape biodiversity can benefit society, help overcome major challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and food and water insecurity. And the underlying purpose is that we need a common ground. We need farmers and conservationists together to secure the future of agriculture itself. The common ground framework that we use at IUCN is founded on 4 key principles. Number one, that conserving soil biodiversity improves agricultural land health. In other words, by doing conservation, we actually contribute to agricultural sustainability. The other one is within agriculture and agricultural land health, it has broader and massive benefits to society in its contribution to socioeconomic development, but also to health and nutrition, and even to peace and equity. The third one is by working on nature and agriculture together, we do recognize that the knowledge is already widely available. I mean, the participants in this event today, collectively, you hold a very important pool of knowledge so that much of it doesn't need to be re-researched, but in fact needs to be translated into decision support tools, needs to be communicated into information products that are easily accessible by different users, from policymakers, investors, and to farmers and extensionists. But overall, we also need, it's easy to say these first 3, but without incentives, we are not going anywhere. And what are those incentives? How do we make sure that there are benefits in participating as well as in the results in the transition towards a platform of nature and agriculture together? And that can be financial, it can be social safety nets, it can even be social and cultural incentives. This is as an illustration of how we summarize our common ground framework. And if you look at it, you see on the one side, incentives and practices. Many of us, and I think a lot of the discussion we have today, revolves around practices. As soil scientists, as agricultural scientists, we are interested in the development and promotion of practices in soils in relation to agroecological approaches, sustainable landscapes. On the upper part is what I refer to as the incentives, enabling public policies, supply chains that are biodiversity friendly, and responsible finance and investment. On the other hand, on the other side of this infographics, it's very important that we connect what we do in land health to human well-being and societal benefits, because the support from communities and societies will be there if it is understood that our work around soils, our work around land and agriculture eventually benefit and bring benefits to, in terms of human well-being, economic, healthy diets, food and culture, also societal, social justice, climate resilience, and economic security. A very common question that we try to address, for example, and which I'm sure many of you also face as you try to promote the link between soils, agriculture, and nature. Why should farmers and conservationists work together to conserve soil biodiversity? There are many answers to that, and 3 include, conserving soil biodiversity through sustainable farming methods, improve agricultural land health and productivity. In other words, as we pursue farming and using sustainable practices, we are in fact conserving soil biodiversity. The second one is around the carbon stored in the soil through our work in improving soil biodiversity. Since soils rich in carbon are healthier and more productive. And you know that since you are experts around soil science. In economic terms, it's also important to look at the benefit of soil biodiversity conservation. Looking at just the important food crops, maize, wheat, and rice, we can actually see that how the enhancement in organic carbon contributes to economic benefits and can be demonstrated in savings, for example, in billions of dollars due to carbon mitigation, but also in terms of part of climate adaptation, and as well as translating it into benefit for agriculture, to water retention, but ultimately crop productivity. So as a way forward, we at the IUCN are guided by the Common Ground agenda and report in terms of what we want to do forward. And we have 6 areas of work, from prioritizing soil and landscape biodiversity within the food and nature agenda. But again, I want to go to the last part, because the yellow one that I'm highlighting is something I'd like to deliver as a key message today. Is how do we build consensus on environmental stewardship in the agriculture sector? What that means is, for as long as we see agriculture and nature as two separate worlds, we will never be able to bring together and work towards a common agenda and a common ground. So how do we improve dialogue? How do we make sure that conservationists and agriculturists come to the same platform, such as the event today, where we can talk about how do we build a common ground and how we identify common goals, that we are not enemies and we are not on opposite sides of the fence, that together we can work towards common goals and towards collective benefit. One of the specific approaches that we, the IUCN, have been involved in, have been shepherding, is on nature-based solutions, NBS. You may have also heard about NBS, as it's now being widely promoted across countries by different organizations. But NBS does have a history with IUCN. And in fact, you will see here how it has evolved from more than 10 years ago, when we started talking about how nature-based solutions can be an inclusive framework that brings together different ecosystems approaches, ecosystem-based adaptation, FLR around forest, disaster risk reduction. So from around 2009 to today, what we have established at IUCN is what we call the NBS standard. In other words, we now have established a standard by which we can distinguish what is and what is not nature-based solution. And that is the standard that is also being used now by different organizations. So we make sure that we have the same set of practices, we have the same set of principles, as well as target goals when we talk about nature-based solutions. And in IUCN's definition, we say nature-based solution is one that has 3 components. It includes actions to protect, sustainably manage, and restore natural and modified ecosystems. Second, is that these actions must address societal challenges, whether it's food, water, disaster, or climate change. And most importantly, this solution has to simultaneously provide human well-being and biodiversity benefits. So this definition of nature-based solution has been translated into specific practices and specific metrics by which we assess NBS approaches. This one is an example of how NBS is operationalized through EBA, ecosystem-based adaptation. You see on one side, a landscape without, and on the other side, a landscape using EBA as a nature-based solution. So why is it important to have a standard? The reason IUCN put this global standard on nature-based solution, so that we have the same tool that we use globally for organizations, practitioners, in referring to and operationalizing, but also in assessing the outcomes of any nature-based solution approach. So this standard exists and is available and something that you can access. It's been developed after several rounds of consultations and comments and inputs by hundreds and thousands of experts. And we are promoting this proactively because we want to have a world of community practice which talks about the same set of standards, criteria, indicators, but also as a vehicle for continuous learning, because it's always work in progress. A standard is only as good as the current applicability. So I invite you to look at the NBS standard we have at IUCN and provide your additional inputs and try to adapt them and customize them for your own settings. The most important part of the NBS standard is we also have a structure around governance, or a structure around, okay, there's some background noise. Okay, a standard around a governance structure, a quality assurance structure, so that any program or organization investing or implementing NBS can actually also come to us for assistance in making sure that their implementation of NBS is aligned with the standard that's been established. So let me end now with a few examples of NBS applications and examples of how nature and agriculture are brought together. And these are just quick examples from India, Myanmar, and Vietnam. In India, this is partnership we have with ITC on sustainable agriscapes. And in summary, the approach consists of a landscape level approach for sustainable production and supply chains, with an important dimension of public and private finance, particularly working through and working with support by ITC as a private sector entity. This is a project that was started in 2016, piloted in Bihar, and now being expanded to Andhra Pradesh and Karnataka. For further details, if you're interested, you may contact our IUCN country office right there in Delhi, and I'll have the contact details provided later. The same in Myanmar. A lot of the discussion of agriculture and nature often is associated with forest and forest landscape. So one way of bringing nature and agriculture together is a landscape framework and a landscape planning approach, where we look at the intersection and the dynamics between forest and agricultural land uses. So as you can see here in Myanmar, this is about restoring ecosystems that encompass a forest and agricultural systems as well. And as an example of what we call the forest landscape restoration approach, FLR, you see at the bottom how you can have an NBS framework where simultaneously you look at interventions by land category of forest, agriculture, and watershed area. So NBS, or bringing nature and agriculture, isn't necessarily complex. It's just changing the way we think. It's changing the way we approach the problems that we see out there. Instead of silos, that this is a deforestation problem, this is an agricultural intensification problem, this is a watershed conservation problem. We see them all as one and as being part of the same system. Lastly, in Vietnam, is around restoring ecosystem functions in the upper Mekong Delta and considering the floodplains and the flood-prone nature of the ecosystem there. So it's an example that instead of working against nature, in this case floods, we can adapt agricultural systems and still achieve sustainable and productive agriculture by designing agricultural systems that in fact take advantage of the existence of floods that come seasonally. So you see here an example of types of agricultural systems: rice aquaculture, lotus farming systems, floating rice upland kind systems, even timber plantations, all designed to work as flood-based agriculture instead of agriculture that looks at flood as the enemy of agricultural production. I'm ending my presentation by acknowledging our members in India, and many of these are familiar to you. Members such as this in India are what make IUCN truly not only local but also global. And so this consists of our member organizations right now in India. In addition, we have many experts and scientists in India participating in our different global commissions. And everything that I've discussed and presented to you today are made possible because, again, of the members and of both the union and the commission of IUCN. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your time. And if you are interested, I have my email address there for you to contact me for anything related to the presentation, for the interest in IUCN, or participation in our activities. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kempilan. It's nice hearing to you.
Yes, I can hear you. I'm sorry, I think my own camera isn't working, so I'm not able to show my face. I hope that's fine.
That's fine. I don't really see anybody asking anything in the chat box. If anybody has a query, he can just raise his hand. Just don't unmute, but first raise your hand. I can allow that. Meanwhile, sir, can you just throw some light on how do you work with different governments and different environments to make things like making the landscapes sustainable? So, for example, you identify that in a particular agricultural landscape, these are the factors which are creating some problems, and you can obviously advocate some things which will make them more sustainable. But how will you go on to implement those things?
Yeah, thank you. I think the most important part in addressing issues like, how do we implement, how do we provide solutions, is to understand the problem part, as well as to understand who can make a difference. So there is no standard, there is no formula as to who could effect the change, because the stakeholders are always very different in every case. So in one case, as you said, it can be the lack of an appropriate government policy. In another case, it may be the investments of a business organization that is mainly and exclusively interested in profit. In another case, it can be about indigenous peoples being driven from their own communities because of the declaration of protected areas. So in every case that we approach, it's always important to first understand who are the stakeholders, and from there, then we develop a collective plan moving forward. I can give you different examples, but I think the most important one there is developing a common ground. And I go back to what I said about the common ground. Because, for example, as IUCN, our agenda is conservation for development. So we always start by protecting natural ecosystems. We always start by saying, okay, the species needs to be conserved. We need to arrest biodiversity loss. But in the same landscape that we work, we also have people from the agriculture side and people from the economic side. And then we look at the same landscape in terms of how do we harness and exploit the land or the existing plants and animals and water for agricultural ends. So the how cannot start with action. It has to start by building a common agenda and building the same set of objectives. And the three examples, project examples I showed you, illustrate the complexity. So I think in short, every day is a constant learning opportunity for us. What makes IUCN unique though, and going back to us as IUCN, because our membership and the union includes state government. So in other words, the documents and the guidelines that we produce is binding to the members that constitute the union. In this case, India, for example, being a state member, has a stake in what I've just presented. For example, our IUCN program 2021-2024. When we come to India or when we go to Sri Lanka, we go to the highest levels of governance simply because these state members have voted, have endorsed, have approved these key documents that we have released as IUCN.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the answer. And another question that has been flagged in the chat box is, can ISCO be a member organization of IUCN, as ISCO is also focusing on land protection and livelihood management?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Can the International Soil Conservation Organization be a member organization of IUCN, as it also focuses on land protection and livelihood management?
Okay. That's a very easy one. I think because you see the IUCN has members of the union, which I said are states, ministries, they can be universities, they can be NGOs. But in the case of the ICSO, I would more recommend that you become part of our commissions. These global commissions that I was referring to, these are the 18,000 experts that we have around the world. And they represent themselves as individuals, but also as organizations. And I think a group of eminent soils experts would be in the best position to contribute to these global commissions. So my suggestion is, I think as an association of soil experts and as individual soil scientists, a good entry point for with IUCN would be through our commissions. And these commissions are the ones that invite, accept, manage, and also officialize the membership. Please go to our website again and let me know any interest that you have in those commissions. And I would personally be happy to put you in there. And remember, these global standards that we have for NBS, even for, well, you're familiar with the red list, right? This all provide credit to every single scientist and every single expert who's involved and who contributes to this document. So I think professionally, also for you, it's a good opportunity to be involved, and as well as to be acknowledged and credited for a global piece of work such as what we do at IUCN.
Thank you, Dr. Dindo Kampilan.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I request you to please stay connected. But there can be several other questions in the discussion session around 7:15 p.m.
Okay.
IST.
I'll try to come back for the plenary. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Our next keynote presentation will be by Professor Dr. SHR Sadeghi, who is a professor in the Department of Watershed Management Engineering at the Taribat Madras University in Iran. A brief biodata. His research concerns in soil erosion and conservation and land degradation, primarily through erosion. He is the president of the Watershed Management Society of Iran and has published widely across various scientific journals. And he's a personal friend. He has been visiting India in various conferences. We have heard him before, so probably there are many young students who would like to hear to you for the first time, and we would also like to hear to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible, sir.
Yeah.
Please carry on. Just you have to upload your presentation.
Yeah,
And then
for sure.
we are already some sort of behind the schedule, so if you can
Yeah.
manage the time for us, it will be grateful.
For sure. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see, sir.
Good. So nice. Let me just adjust it and then I start my talk. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. It is my pleasure to be among you people and my close friend and my older friends. And also it is my pleasure to especially thank my people who have given this opportunity to be among you. And also I particularly thank Dr. Suresh, President ISCO, New Delhi, and also my friend, my close and old friend, Sanjay Arora, and also the convener of the session, Vikas Sharma, and also the organizer of the gathering, Anshuman Kohli. Thank you very much. So now I am going to have a short talk about the integrity, a must to sustainably restore the degraded globe. And you know, the topic that was introduced to me, it was very interesting and I really enjoyed when I came to know that I have been invited to have a short talk in this scientific gathering. Then I decided to have short discussion about the topic that I have already presented to you. In fact, I think it is very interesting to let you know that now we are facing a serious, in fact, increasing rate in population in the world. But what happened due to this, in fact, population increase? In fact, the rates of the changes has become almost 10 times more in case of plastic consumption and plastic pollution. And also it has become triple in the case of crop production in compared to 1917, and it was a triple in case of rate of weight and destruction, and also double in the case of greenhouse gas emission, and double in growth in human population, and also growth the growth in urban population has got doubled. So what would be happen? You know, this old population increase, in fact, causes many different problems that finally I can briefly tell you that it causes almost 50 times more differences in GDP, even per capita, between developed and less developed countries. So it causes many different strains, and also it makes many different conflicts among people. And also it is very interesting to let you know that this type of, in fact, population makes some needs some much more resources, money, and waste, that it is almost 60 billion tons, and also that the figures that they have been shown here. To in fact save time, I just pass this slide, and I would like to show you some examples and some symptoms of land degradation made by the people and by the, in fact, population in the world, that you will see that we have over exploited our mines and our resources in the land, and also we have made lots of desertification in the world. So what would be happen? So you will see that almost 1/3 of the species has got under, in that risk of extinction. So it is a great problem that we have to think over it. So I would like to tell you that now we believing that the degradation has become a very obvious in the world, and nobody can, in fact, ignore it. So it is just besides us, and we have to think over it, that how we have to manage land degradation in the globe. So here you will see a very nice and very informative picture, that in which you will see that how degraded land has become increased throughout the globe, and then just some parts of the globe are being used and are being consumed, but still it has not got degraded. So it shows that still there are some hopes to return to the, in fact, to the original condition. But here I would like to show you that really the globe has got past this tipping point, and now it is in the down slope of the, in fact, degradation. So it needs lots of energy and lots of money and even lots of time to return back. But so I would like to tell you that the degradation may result because of many different types of stressors. Some of them might be because of harmful policies such as subsidies for intensive farming or weak tillage laws that encourage deforestation. And also our lake and coastlands has become polluted because of poor waste management and even an industrial accident. So commercial pressures can leave towns and cities with too much asphalt and too few green spaces. So it shows that really the land degradation is very obvious worldwide. So what would be the results of this land degradation? Insecurity is coming in different aspects of the world. So the people are facing serious problems in viewpoint of insecurity. And what we are looking for and what we are seeking for, just we are looking for to get back to the balanced situation. We are interested to get back to the situation that it was earlier in almost 1 century back. So that there should be a belief that really the restoration is a way to return to the real condition, to the original condition, that with the main goal of harmonizing different components of the ecosystem. So here, just please pay attention to this point, that when we are talking about the harmonization, so it shows that we have to consider all different aspects all together and just beside to each other. So we are looking for a restoration, but we have to answer this question, that how this restoration will be in fact materialized. Here I would like to tell you that we are facing with a nature that it is fully complex one, and it is suffering from different types of driving forces, and that have been counted over here, and also that it causes many different pressures to the ecosystem, and then it causes many different types of estates, and then it causes many different types impacts, and finally it leads to different responses. So we as a manager, as a decision makers, as a in fact experts, we have to think about how these different types of and different part component of the system can be considered all together. So we are facing with a system that it is fully uncertainty which has been made through the partial observability of the nature, and it has been become of partial controllability and also the variability that can be seen frequently in the nature and the environment. So complexity is a must, and there is a complexity and nobody can in fact ignore it. So what we have to do, in fact, we have to look for some type of adaptive management that restoration can be supposed as a technique through which we would get some type of adaptation to the proper management of ecosystem. And so here I'm going to talk about what is ecosystem restoration, that about which we have talked since almost 3 hours back in this gathering. So ecosystem restoration means assisting in the recovery of ecosystems that have been degraded or destroyed, as well as conserving the ecosystem that are still intact. So the definition is very clear, and it makes it provides a very good roadmap based on which we would be able to find out our strategies. So restoration can happen in many ways. For example, through actively planting or by removing pressures so that nature can recover on its own. It is not always possible or desirable to return an ecosystem to its original state, and it is really in some cases is impossible. So, but the way of returning is very important that we have to look at. So here you will see between now and 2030, that is almost 9 years ahead, the restoration of 350 million hectares of degraded terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem could generate $9 trillion in ecosystem services. So you will see that how restoration is economically important to us. Restoration could also remove 13 to 26 gigatons of greenhouse gases from the atmosphere. So it will seem that how this restoration approach is also important in viewpoint of environment management, and also the economic benefits of such interventions exceeds 9 times the cost of investment, whereas inaction is at least 3 times more costly than ecosystem restoration. So it shows that restoration would be a solution to, in fact, to restore our degraded lands. So we have to know that all different types of ecosystem can be restored, including forests, farmland, cities, wetlands, and oceans. But unfortunately, during this session that since I have attended from the beginning up to now, we mainly focuses on particular ecosystem. But you have to know that restoration has to be truly done through different types of ecosystem. Restoration initiatives can be launched by almost anyone, from governments and development agencies to businesses, communities, and individuals. So it has not been formulated to be done by some particular parties. This is because the causes of degradation are many and varied, and can have an impact at different scales. So it seems the source and stressors of different types of degradation do not belong to a particular category and to particular parties. So different components and different parties of the people have to attend. So here, restoring ecosystem large and small protects and improves the livelihood of people who depend on them. So here we have tried to discuss about the people and their position in the ecosystem. It also helps to regulate disease and reduce the risk of natural disaster. In fact, as Dindo mentioned, restoration can help us achieve all the sustainable development goals that it is targeted to be achieved in 2030. So out of 17 or 18 goals that have been counted by the SDG, so you will see here in this photo that really restoration tries to find out and to get approach to these goals. So if we would like to get access to these SDGs, so we have to consider the context of the ecosystem that we are dealing with. The ecosystem with which we are dealing, in fact, it consists of many different aspects of social, technological, economical, environmental, and political. So it shows that we have to consider, we have to have a holistic approach to consider all these different aspects together. That this part of, in fact, approach, it consists of two different parts of, in fact, physical parts of the system and also human parts of the system. In human parts, we are talking about stakeholders, different types of stakeholders that mainly consists of set of phases. But in the case of managerial purposes of the ecosystem, we are talking about iterative phase that it includes decision making, and again monitoring and evaluation, and again it is a cycle that it has to be repeatedly followed up to find out the better alternative and better solution. So what is the expectation of the restoration? Expectation vision of the ecosystem, that it has to be scaled in that watershed. Watershed is the one which has been shown here. Then you will see that restoration would bring together to all these aspects together. That means ecological, social, hydrologic, climatic, economic, and all priorities to develop management system. That this figure shows a proper managed system, and then you will see that how this system is fully harmonized with together. And here, see, I am in fact shifting to the approach under which we are all able to talk about restoration. If we would have an adaptive approach in management, then we would be able to follow up the restoration approaches and techniques. Here I have tried to show you the adaptive management, that it is started by the definition of the problem or diagnosis of the problem, and then it goes to identification of objectives, and then even estimation of the outcomes, and then decision, and then finally the decision which has been made and it has been implemented in the ecosystem, then it will be monitored, evaluated, and then it is adjusted according to the results and according to the closeness of the results that we received and with the goals that we have already defined. So here, I would like to show you the proper position of the restoration. Restoration, in fact, stands over here. So the restoration exactly plays in the circle of decision. So when we would like to decide, and we have to know what type of, in fact, measures we have to adopt for the ecosystem, then we have to find out the proper techniques. That restoration is supposed as one of them. But it is very interesting to let you know that all these steps before, in fact, decision, and before making decision, and before restoration has to be properly considered. That if if you pay much more attention to this circle, then you will see that the definition of the problem, identification of the objectives, formulation of the criteria, and estimation of the outcomes, and also evaluation of the trade-off entirely needs to be integratedly considered. So this part of the cycle needs integrity. So what does mean integrity? Integrity, it means it's looking at different parts of the ecosystem as a whole. So they should not be, in fact, disintegrated. They have to be truly seen to each other. So here I would like to just give you some examples. Here, see here, exclusion. Exclusion is one of the most important and very common, in fact, measure that is being done in rangeland ecosystems. But see, if we just think about, in fact, keeping the rangeland from grazing, or if we keep the, other cattle are far from the rangelands and pastures, so what would be happen to the people? So we have to consider people in this case. When we are ignoring people, so it means we are not considering an integrated approach in fact restoration. So here I would like to give you another example. So you will see that here that the degraded land and degraded watershed due to erosion is in fact tried to be controlled by different techniques, particularly by some mechanical and even some bioengineerical technique, and in some cases like exclusion and also reclamation of the rangelands, like in fact engineers biological techniques. But you know, you have to see that when we are talking about any type of techniques, then again we have to know that our outcome and the final puzzles have to look nice, and it has to consider all different components with each other. So here I would like to tell you that what we do for ecological restoration, they have to be technically. See, I have put here 4 important criteria based on which restoration has to be formulated. Firstly, the approach has to be technically sound. Secondly, the approach has to be socially acceptable. The third one, economically efficient. And finally, it has to be environmentally friendly. So in any type of restoration project, all these different aspects have to be collaboratively considered. So when we all consider these factors all together, then we are getting access to a type of integrated watershed management, IWM, which is totally based on restoration integrity concept, that it tries to retain the ecological values in the watershed ecosystem, and also it tries to fulfill a stakeholder needs. So 2 different components of the ecosystem is in fact simultaneously considered. So nothing is missed here. Just I would like to go to the last few slides of mine, and then I would like to show you and to refer you that, see here, recently one paper has been published by our colleague Jiang in China, and then it has been published in the Total, so the Science of the Total Environment in 2021. And then I found it very interesting to be used here. And here, see, so here they have tried to show you that how ecosystem, in fact, restoration, ecological restoration project in arid region and humid region may help to return the system to harmonization situation, to harmonize situation, to balance situation. Here you will see it is before in fact conducting and adopting the project, and it is after conducting the project. And here also the before in humid region, and it is after in humid region. You will see that these negative signs simply shows that how the trade-off is negative. But here after in fact adopting and implementing the restoration project, you will see that all signs have got it shifted to the positive one. So it shows that the whole relationship between hydrology, ecology, and agriculture has got the positive type 1. But here you will see that despite conducting the in fact the ecological restoration project, that still there are some negative signs here, that these negative signs refers to the excessive afforestation in the arid plateau which exhausted water resources and threatened ecosystem sustainability. So it shows that if we miss some points in the ecosystem, then our restoration also miss something, and naturally the ultimate goals would not be a comprehensive one. And then here they have tried to highlight their finding, and their highlights were very interesting. Then I put it directly here, and I have taken out from the paper, and then I put it here directly to show you that they've highlighted ecological restoration project promoted vegetation restoration and reduced soil erosion, but see here, excessive afforestation in dry land, exhausted water resources, and threatened sustainability. So it shows that they have missed something, and that's why they have introduced the concept of the win-win-win strategy. That means 3 wins. In which parts of win they are talking about? They are talking about win in hydrology, win in ecology, and win in agriculture. So it simply can be said that when we are talking about a restoration project, we have to think about the win condition for any particular component of an ecosystem. So here you will see that they have also point out that ecological restoration project can effectively reverse ecosystem degradation, or they can in fact handle the ecosystem degradation. And here then when we are talking about win-win-win target, so still again we have to think about integrity. So we have to think how these different components are interrelated to each other. So here I have to just, in fact, shorten my presentation, that when we are talking about integrity and when we are talking restoration project, then we have to follow up the adaptive management in our system. And then we have to consider different aspects of physical, environmental, economical, and social, in fact, components in any ecosystem under the umbrella of a watershed. So the proper spatial scale is a watershed. And also that this project has to satisfy the personal, cultural, socio-economic, and ecological values, leading to the increased land degradation rate. And because of which, in fact, some societies have been developed in the world, like Society for the Ecological Restoration. And then you will see that SER, or in fact, Society for the Ecological Restoration, advances science practices and policies to show to the people how these techniques can be applied in the field of restoration project. And finally, I would like to tell you that, in fact, this type of societies is the leading international organization working on the science, practice, and policy of ecological restoration. But here, I would like to show you, in fact, it is the news that has been given in the New York Times. And then there was a question here that what was the results of 50 years of Earth Day celebration? What's better today and what's worse? What did we gain during this half century of celebration of Earth Day? But see, this is a very good simple here that we have to keep mum, because many different in fact trends are running in the nature and in the ecosystem, but we are keeping mum and we do not say anything here. Okay. So at last, I would like to invite you also to the 10th International Youth Forum on Soil and Water Conservation, that it has been, in fact, supported by WASFAC, and it is going to be held in late October in northern Iran. And it is very interesting for those people who are interested, in fact, in visiting Damawand Mount and also Caspian Sea, and also our faculty. You are welcome, and thank you very much for your nice attention and for the time that you have given to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sadeghi. Would you correct me if what I understood from your presentation, the gist of this could be that we need to integrate many aspects of restoration.
Exactly.
Is it so? Yeah. Okay, so I suppose you should use the word integration rather than integrity, because integrity is an abstract noun.
Yeah,
integrity
exactly.
is an abstract noun, just like beauty.
Yeah, exactly. You know, as you mentioned clearly, but integrity is, in fact, is almost synonym to holistic and to integrated. That's why I have used it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sadeghi. I will get back to you in the panel discussion. We are really short of time. We'd like to include
thank you
two
very
more
much.
presentations and get back.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. I am present. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Our next keynote speaker is Professor Ildefonso Placentis. He's emeritus professor at University of Lleida, Spain. He's also the ex-president of ISCO. Professor Sentis has done his doctorate in soil science from University of California, USA. He's also the co-director of College on Physics, that is in ICTP, Italy. He's a former FAO advisor and also the co-founder of WASDAC. Dr. Sadeghi was just talking about the conference of WASDAC. He's also one of the co-founders and also a vice president of WASDAC. He has over 50 years of research experience in soil science, over 200 publications at different levels. He has worked extensively on soil and water conservation. Main focus of his research has been on evaluation and diagnosis of soil and water degradation processes that are affecting agriculture production and the environment. I welcome you, sir, to this summit. Thank you for accepting our invitation to be here with us. We have a number of listeners, young students, who will be really gaining a lot from your keynote address. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for the presentation. I want to thank you also, Dr. Shanghai Arora and Suraj Ban, for inviting me for this meeting, and also Dr. Anshuman Kohli. I am in my talk today, I'm going to cover what we call management strategies for land degradation, prevention, and restoration. And see. Okay, we see here this this graph that was prepared at FAO in 2015 that shows what are the main soil functions. As you see, then the soil functions have to do with most of the what is related with our life on Earth, and covering many the critical things like the production of food and fiber, and etc. etc. But here is missing. We say that is missing one of the functions that is very important. It's only cited tangentially, for example, with what's talk about flood regulation and things like that. But it's missing, and this is an important thing that is missing not only here, but in many nowadays it's more taken into consideration. But in the past, we were talking soil, a problem of soil degradation, etc. Soil. Now we see in most of our organizations, now we talk soil and water conservation. And water has to do a lot. I would say that was almost with all these functions of the soil, the water related with that. And very important point that is missing here is this one, the regulation of the water cycle. This is a very important function actually that is important for the life of everybody, the regulation of the water cycle. It has to do with the salt water balance and the salt water regime. Anyway, today I am going to emphasize actually this problem was hydrological problems that are related with soil and water conservation that I think are very crucial in both in problem of degradation and also restoration of soils. But when we talk, well, first, today is the World Earth Day. And first of, it's important to think that Earth could be the planet on which we live, the world, but also the substance of the land surface, the soil. It's not a casualty. It's very important to see that today, actually, for many are the celebration in relation to the world as the Earth, I mean, the planet as we live. But why soil also is the same thing, it's also Earth. And probably this is what probably indicates that probably soil is the most important part of the Earth. This is one thing that probably we can deduce. That's why they are, when you use the word Earth, is referring to both things. Anyway, the other thing is that it's important to see that how is limited the resource of soil and land. And you see here, but this graph only shows how with increasing population, the extension of land, the total area of land per capita, then is decreasing. Anyway, in the Earth, you know, only 25%, 29% is land, the other 71% is covered by water, and mostly saline water. And then, as we see, with the increase of population, then first we have a decreasing in the land that is land we have in per capita. But not only that, only about 12% or something like that increase a little of that is used for cropping of the dead land area. And then also then it's much worse, the decrease in the land, the cropped area per capita. You see here I had the values in 2010. I don't know exactly, probably today it would be about 0.18 hectares per capita. And this is a very reduced. Some people say that probably here we're in the limit with the technology we have today of the land that we need to feed adequately and to cover the needs related with soil for the population. And then as you see, there are some countries in the world that have much more than that, it's very different, and some others are much lower than that. Actually, these values I have here is from 2010, probably now are lower. And then what happens is this situation probably then some of these areas, it means that those countries, or they have to overuse the soil resources or the water resources to keep enough production to maintain the population, or they have to rely on production that in other parts of the world, not in there. Then they have to be importers of many of these products because they don't have the possibility in their lands to produce that. Anyway, this is one thing that we have to keep in mind. The other thing is water. I said water probably could be even more limiting in some cases than soil. I show this map only that gives only a kind of a projection of what would be in 2030, etc. But we see a lot of regions in the world that they have, say about water stress. Water stress is more or less the ratio of withdrawals to supply of water. And you see then there are many areas in the world, and it's going to be worse in 2030. The water stress is becoming a very important point. Then we have to take that into account, not only to talk about soil, but also water. But soil water resources, we say, is the basis for reproduction and for maintenance of life on Earth. And both resources are submitted, to increasing pressure under global change effects. Global change includes population growth and development, land use and management, and global climate changes. Sometimes we emphasize a lot what is the effect of global climate changes, but nowadays probably population growth, land use, and management are the main factors putting under pressure those resources. And soil degradation then also have many definitions, but one of the very good ones is the change in soil status resulted in the increasing capacity of the ecosystem to produce goods and services for its beneficiaries. Goods fundamentally is the production of food, and and services. One very important is the regulation of the water, and and a degraded soil that has status that not provide the normal goods and service for a particular soil event. Anyway, we go to land degradation. Land degradation has a wider scope that both soil erosion and soil degradation. I put soil erosion because sometimes some people, they think that soil degradation is only soil erosion. There are many other degradation processes, not only erosion. But land degradation, it covers all negative changes in the capacity of the ecosystem, it goes more to the ecosystem, to provide goods and services, including biological and water-related goods and services, and also land-related social economical aspects. This then is a much more inclusive definition and more wider than only soil degradation, land degradation. But soils are increasing pressure, intensification, competing use for cropping, forestry, pasture, and urbanization. Then it is the demand for growing population for food, feed, and fiber estimated to result in 60% increase by 2050. And then these pressures combined with unsightable land use, etc., climate stream cause land degradation. And then soil preservation requires a management strategies that have to become essential for reversing the trend, ensuring food security and sustainable future. We see also this scheme also prepared by FAO also in 2015, where more or less show in a very resume thing what are the drivers of soil degradation. They have to do with these global changes at the population pressure, climate, etc. The types of soil degradation, then erosion is one of them, but there are others, type of soil degradation. The consequences derived of that degradation in relation to food, regulation of water, etc., etc. And then they also propose here some solution, sustainable soil management solutions, and this implement land use planning. And here come the management strategies that we're talking here have to do with all that. Here are men of the management strategies to reach this sustainable soil management that actually more or less is sustainable land management. And here I have employed this as only give some an idea of what in the world, what is a kind of a percentage of land that is already highly degraded lands that are moderately degraded, that is only slightly moderately degraded, etc. But this gives us one idea of how the lands, the world lands, are more or less in that state. Now, one thing that is the one that I want to emphasize here, and I try to emphasize actually in most of my work in the last decades, has been going on to do. Soil degradation is closely linked through unfavorable alteration in the hydrological processes determining the soil water balance and the soil water regime. And these are conditioned by climatic conditions and by use and management of the soil and water resources. And these schemes shows in a very simplified way how this global change, the area of climate change and population growth and development, then related with land use and management and the soil properties and land conditions, then lead to hydrological processes that could act both in the irrigated conditions and also in the dryland conditions that could lead into soil degradation, different paths of soil degradation, including, and also droughts. This is another consequence. And all this modeling must be the most effective use link the different complex factors that are involved here. The ones that are involved with the natural components like climate and soil and land characteristics, and human action through land use and management. And here we have been working with these two models that we have been developing and using and for many years now. And under all this is this so more this actually is a modeling of the water balance and soil water regime of the soil, influenced by all these factors. And when we go to the problems of salinity and sodicity, etc., that includes also physical chemical process besides the oil process, we have developed this model that we call salt-sodium. Anyway, this is a scheme what is the basis of this taken in this model that we call SOMORE about soil moisture regime. That includes it's a flow diagram showing the relation of different hydrological processes derived of climate factors, soil properties, plants, and soil and water management factors with soil degradation process and derived natural disasters. But I'll not go here into the details here, but here includes all these problems that have to be with hydrology, both climate and hydrological soil properties. And here is what we derive from here. Problems, for example, we can derive the problems of surface erosion and the consequences related with flooding and sedimentation and contamination. The problems of mass erosion and landslides is another of the degradation problems. And droughts, the problem of drought, we can deduce also from here. This is actually to predict, to preview, and to see, actually this is this model what helps us is to analyze the possibilities we have on the different combinations to reach those conditions, and also where we have to intervene to solve those problems. And also problems of salinity and sodicity as we have here. Another way to see this is this, that we put here, we see in all these aspects here, these some of them are affected by climate changes, are the ones here in blue. Some others are affected by land and water management. Of them will include what we call the global changes. And then the derived soil degradation processes that we can realize what we can have in this scheme. We say that an ideological approach in the evaluation and prediction of soil degradation processes and based on would be essential for an adequate development, selection, and application of sustainable and effective land use and management practices. Adequate but the soil have invariable have geological, chemical, physical, hydrological, biological, economic, and social dimensions. For example, the lasting solution will only be complexity is not simple, and bioadequate trainer researchers and appropriate strategies, device measurement strategies that which have to be an interdisciplinary and more integral approach. In general, we don't do that most of the time. And that's why then many times we have a lot of problems. Now I want to go to some aspects. When we talk about the use of the land has been used for main crops. You know, the main crops are, as we say, maize, wheat, and rice, etc. But I want to emphasize here how this thing has been changing, the way those products and new products that have come after that have been changing with globalization. Means that now the production, it says here that we have gone to production mostly for a local market and to satisfy needs of the local population or close population, to a system of production where the places where we produce are different where the places is the consumption. This came with the increase of the cities, then you have the land production especially for the cities. But nowadays, it's production also in areas for different regions and also for different countries. And this generally affects cash crops, increasingly grown on large industrial scale plantations now, this time for export to consuming centers abroad instead of meeting subsistence needs locally. This is more and more common, and it's affecting a lot of land. And this expansion are oriented toward digital consumption and has become, once I go, and I emphasize this because nowadays has become one of the more important drivers of deforestation and land use changes in developing countries in the tropics and subtropics. The last decade, for example, has seen increasing demand and high market prices for food and ethnic crops mainly. And here I selected 3 of them. The other ones that have increased more fast and also have occupied new lands for agriculture, soybeans, palm oil, and sugarcane. And the fast expansion of these crops, especially as I said in developing countries in tropical and subtropical areas, have led to drastic and unregulated changes in the use and management of large area of land. That when you see it worldwide basis, this is very important because they result in new and worsening problems of soil and water degradation, including erosion. These changes, as I say, are mostly happening on savanna and forested lands in tropical and subtropical regions of Africa and Latin America. Generally, it's under the initiative of large individual producers and corporations. Generally, they buy or rent the land to the original producer there, for the farm people, usually seeking short-term profit with little concern for negative environmental or social consequences. This is not always, but is in most of the cases. It's not the same as a farmer that tries to preserve for the future, for their sons, etc. No, these companies, they seek short-term profit. And then when, for example, Dr. Carmelo Dacio was talking about the money and that, yeah, here is money, short-term profit. But with little concern, this is the problem with negative environment, for negative environmental or social consequences. Although the large expansion of soybean, palm oil, and sugarcane, which is basic cropping, has brought, sure, this is why they have grown so much, because have brought many economic benefits for the countries, also for the private producers. This is true. But they are accompanied by great changes in the hydrology, loss of biodiversity, and problems of soil and water degradation, including soil erosion and low land. Because these are affecting huge areas in some regions, and then accompanied, the changes are also very huge in the hydrology, is one of the main aspects. And also they extract, it's a kind of a mining agriculture. Also they extract a lot of nutrients that are not replaced completely. And then we are really going into a progressive degradation, physical and chemical degradation of all those land resources in huge extensions that may affect medium long-term economic. Actually, this kind of production would be affecting long-term economic, environmental, and social sustainability of that kind of production. Here we see how, for example, for soybeans, for palm oil plantations, here we see palm oil plantation, for example, in Indonesia. Now it's not only Indonesia, it started in Southeast Asia, but now it's increasing a lot. The areas occupied also in tropical Africa and in Latin America, mainly related with this, with the tropical forest, because the palm oil grows better in the same climate and conditions where we have humid tropical forest. In some cases, like in Latin America, also they occupy savanna areas that in one time also had forest, but now they are savannas. Anyway, the degradation of the soil comes especially immediately because the high organic matter that are on this forest, it decreases in a few years. And a lot of them, here we have the problem that this all CO2 go to the atmosphere. It's an important greenhouse gas that increases, and actually here we have the contradiction, but sometimes we produce this palm oil after to produce biodiesel, supposedly to control climate change. But in any case, probably here we have produced more gases. Sometimes they have calculated, for example, that it would take more than 100 years to recover through the use of the biodiesel. But this is one of the problems. Here we see plantation also with soybeans. Initially, these high plantations, especially now there are a lot in South America, mostly are produced in South America, in Argentina, Brazil, Paraguay, Uruguay, etc. Besides United States, the other producer, but now Brazil is even larger producer than United States. Initially, this was produced on the system that they call no tillage, where they use with rotations that they could cover completely. Maintain a cover of the soil, etc. But as the rotation was with corn, with wheat, and that. But as the value of the soybeans are much higher, and it's not economical to be changing the crop, now have been going more and more to monocropping. And with monocropping, the soybeans gives very little residues, and then those residues, they don't give good cover, as you see here. This is the system where they had this system with good cover, and now they don't till actually, it's no tillage, but they control the weeds with glyphosate, there's a lot of pesticides, and the system is also use transgenic varieties. This has been one of the big advances when they talk about the problem of food production for the future. Some say, oh, this is no problem. Now we have varieties with a high capacity of production, mostly used, there have been genetically changes with it. And these products, sure, they have a high capacity of production, but where they get the food to produce from the soil, they're not really extractors, strong extractors of the soil nutrients. And although soybeans at the beginning, they say, oh, soybean is a legume and then can fix nitrogen. Well, it's a very small proportion of the nitrogen is fixed, and most they have to be used with huge amounts of nitrogen fertilizers. And they use, but even using those fertilizers, they don't replace all that they are taking from the soil. Also, it happens with phosphorus and also with potassium. Well, this is, and then the organic matter of the soil, the soils were very rich soils, and they become degraded. And then you had also compaction, because there is no tillage here. With compaction, then the root system also is very shallow. And then also the nodulation for the fixation of nitrogen also it decreases a lot under those conditions. And another problem is that, but after we'll see, a problem with droughts that also increase. The sugar cane that used for the production of ethanol, and here the main producer, for example, is Brazil in very huge areas, also with monocropping. And here we see some examples that in Brazil on these monocropics in areas. And here are a lot of the environmental impacts derived of that. There are many. One of them that up to now in Brazil, in the area where it's produced is not the main problem, but it's a problem. Sugarcane is a crop, it's the one that consumes more water of all the crops. And then in many places, they produce not only a production of sugarcane, but the importance of those degradation process increase if we take in consideration that the new lands incorporated into those industrial agricultural departments are part of the few remaining global land reserves, mostly with high quality soils, are affecting those soils, are the reserves of soils we have in the world. And for the production of food requirement for the existing world population. That's why it's so important, this problem at worldwide level. But in general, the application of conservation measures, there is lack of integration between conservation and development. The lack of legislation also, a way to implement certain basic local information, training personal resources. Then we say they are requiring management strategies, programs for sustainable agriculture development that should not meet only short-term economic goals, that is what they are doing, but which also take into account social interest, environmental preservation, biodiversity, water resources, and maintain national security, etc. To maintain such programs, then what we'll need? We'll need some incentives and subsidies, and sometimes for farmers to apply the appropriate soil conservation incentives. But where we get that money probably could be on taxes to the export agricultural products, because they produce a lot of benefits. But also could be, besides incentives, in some cases we can apply some legislation actually to control that problem. But here in this scheme are the schematic steps to be followed using a hydrological basin model for planning sustainable land use and management strategies under given biophysical and socioeconomic conditions, and to adjust them to global change derived of changes in social economical factors and the human. This is a very simplified scheme, but here we see the land use of management that is derived maybe of climate change, land conditions of our soils, and also anthropogenic derived factors, social, economic. Then, through some models where the ones we set hydrology could be an important part based on the hydrological process, then we can deduce when we go with this combination of factors to soil and water degradation processes and what we have to do not to reach that point. Looking what we are looking here for strategies for land use and management. This is a planning process to go to the strategy for land use and management. And these strategies to give to sustainable production, social, economical, environmental factors, they call them. This could be sustainable under particular anthropogenic derived conditions. But we see with the global changes, there could be climate changes, but also could be population pressure, could change technical, economical, legal, political, marketing, land tenure, production, etc. Could be that this is sustainable in one moment could be non-sustainable. And then he becomes non-sustainable. We have to have a monitoring here and to identify, again, using some models like in hydrology, how we can, what we have changed and adjust in land use and management. This is one way, to prevent, and also in some cases could be also, you go here into some degradation, how to recover those soils with change and using this scheme. But conclusions. Successful agricultural development depend on productivity and sustainability. I think for example, Dr. Carmelo Dassi was talking a little about the sustainability. But gains in productivity, what is doing now, most in those production, I said, in those products of soybeans, palm oil, etc., they get a lot of productivity because of the land they are using in the conditions, and also sometimes the variety, etc., can be achieved manipulating and improving components in land management. But sustainability is much more than that. May be limited by high cost and limited availability of the inputs they are using for that, by the resource use efficiency, and also in many cases, the social and environmental factors. And there are very clear evidence, and these are increasing more and more, and there are more and more publications ourselves, we have gone into this area, that the new agro-industrial development, especially in the very large areas incorporated to monocropping in the last decades, are leading to various problems of soil and water degradation and derived effects that affect the economic, environmental, and social sustainability of soil development. And then we can reach a point, that we can, for example, we can reclaim some of those areas, but we can reach a point where it would be very difficult or very costly to reclaim, and these are some of the messages I reserve for the soil. Then for these new developments, that we need a new focus and orientation, evaluation, research activity, and solutions related with soil and water conservation. Some of the traditional methods that still there in many manuals, etc., here, with the pressures we have here, economical, and all the social environmental aspects that they are included in this problematic, then we need new focus and orientation. It's not good, it's not enough what we are doing. Take into consideration, for example, the complex interaction among different factors, including changing social and economical conditions. Which are the one leading to policies and decisions about land use and management in each case. And more attention has to be given to the permanent, not so permanent short-term effects on soil and water resources and their consequences on future food production, hydrology, climate changes, and natural disasters, because all are related. That's why the scheme I show you, hydrological, it shows actually all the relations. And here is a scheme that is more developed, the one we saw before, but more developed, with more details. I'll not go here into details, that only I'll make here a very fast looking that includes aspects of soils. It means we part from the soils, and that when we have to know the soils, the properties of those soils, then include climate, the interaction of climate, if there is climate changes with those soils, the management, land use and management together with that, and the combination of these three, then we can include in simulation models that give what of those combinations leads or not to degradation, potential soil degradation processes, and then correct them, because that generally we can use now with the computing facilities. We can see this combination of factors are leading to this, and how we can adapt all these things, and potential effects of those degradations. And what we are looking for, we are looking to planning and a strategy for land use and management that could be sustainable. What are we looking with that? And this has to be the way. The problem is that we are not doing there. Generally now in most of the cases go directly, for many governments, etc., go planning strategy for land use and management. Without doing all these things. This thing is important to do that because this is not the same for everybody. It looks like sometimes we take some solutions that assume that are universal. No, depend on all the combination of all these factors that we have to take in consideration. Then the way to go is coming from there to reach these planning strategies. And also it's important to have a monitoring of that and to see those, they become non-sustainable because change the requirement, the crop requirements, the markets, the inputs we are using, etc., etc. And these are the global change effects on that. And then we have to see it's not sustainable. And then what we do is to correct that, corrections, and we go back, and then total this probably especially in land use and management will not change climate, the probably will not change choice, but land use and climate. And this could be a way, if we have reached still some point of degradation that could be reclaimed for reclaiming, but also for prevention of those problems. But here I'm showing things that I cannot recover. For example, this degradation, I'm going to an extreme, for example. This is a jungle here in a humid climate. We see all the regulation of the water here, etc. With these soils with very high organic matter. Here, most of the fertility of those soils is here on those. And what happened? That when go into deforestation, in many cases, sometimes it's fire also that all is born there. And going in extreme, we can finish in that area. These are pictures taken in that area. Because I work it sometimes in that area. These are taken from there. We see a helicopter visiting the area. And these are what here. Here, this is not recovered. We go to a soil here, we have these iron components here that become hardened here in the surface. And that here, there is no possibility of any growth. The water doesn't increase there. And this is not, we have reached a point of degradation that we cannot recover. But I hope this is what I wanted to say. And thank you for your attention. If you have any questions or comments, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ildefonso Placentis. We'd just like to know, sir, what key issues need to be prioritized, one or two issues at a global scale that should be addressed on priority to manage the degraded lands to restore the earth. But so we don't have the time exactly here. We just have one more presentation that was scheduled after you all had been sent the program. So let's first of all listen to one more presentation and then we'll take up this issue in the discussion, in the panel discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Sandy.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I agree. Thank you. Now we can go out.
Next, one more keynote presentation for this session. We have
I'm here.
We have with us Mr. Jameson Levitt, who is the director of the International Land Conservation Network at the Lincoln Institute. He is a graduate of Yale College and the Yale School of Management, which he co-founded ILCN in 2014 with a mission to connect organizations around the world that are working on accelerating voluntary, private, and civic sector action to protect and steward land and water resources. He is also a fellow at the Harvard University in Petersham, Massachusetts, and serves as a senior fellow at High Street, a Connecticut-based nonprofit organization advancing land conservation in New England. He is a member of the first cohort of Donaldson Fellows, honored by Yale School of Management for career achievements that exemplify the mission of the school. So probably each school or each college would like to have such students that will exemplify the mission of the school. I am fortunate to welcome you, sir. The stage is all yours. Please.
Thank you. I will share my screen now. Can you see that?
Yes, we can see, sir.
Yeah, we can see.
All right. So I will try to be fairly brief. I'm happy to say on this 51st Earth Day that President Biden this morning, I'm getting some feedback. How do I address that? Okay. Announced the United States goal to cut carbon emissions by 50% from 2005 levels by 2030. So the issue of the United States not being a full participant in the global efforts, I think we've turned a corner on that, and that's a great relief to all of us here. The organization I'm representing this morning is called the International Land Conservation Network. As you can see on your screen, we leverage international and cross-sectoral expertise to create effective, trusted, and connected global networks for private and civic land conservation advocates. So in contrast to the IUCN, with whom we work very closely, our roots are in the private and civic sectors as opposed to the public sector. Our focus is primarily land conservation as opposed to biodiversity conservation, but of course the two are completely intertwined. And so it's such a pleasure to be with all of you today to talk about those two topics and soil conservation as well. You know who I am. I have the pleasure of working with colleagues on 6 continents on these issues: North and South America, Africa, Europe, Asia, and Australasia. As you can see from this map, we have a 6 or 7-year-old network that is growing quickly. We're now present in some 92 nations around the world. We had our charter meeting in 2014, our first Global Congress in Berlin in 2015, our second Global Congress in Santiago, Chile, attended by about 200 participants in 2018, to network, share research, demonstrate best practices, and raise awareness of critical issues. And we are just about to have our 3rd Global Congress in Barcelona, Spain in 2021, December. We're just getting the registration materials ready now, but you can follow our work on landconservationnetwork.org. And I'm hoping that many of our colleagues in India, which we have not yet deeply connected with, might be able to attend this Congress. In our work, we focus on 6 areas: conservation finance, which has come up before, law and policy across 6 continents that enables voluntary, civic, and private land conservation, the organization and governance of such organizations, land stewardship and management, large landscape conservation, and the use of GIS and advanced technologies. We have some remarkable people who are giving webinars for our network on a monthly basis, including one we did on GIS earlier this week, attended by representatives of the European Union and from North America. My context for today's comments is really about innovation that will help us address many of the issues that have been pointed out earlier in today's session. We do celebrate this year a landmark innovation, which was the invention by a gentleman named Benton Mackay of the Appalachian Trail exactly 100 years ago this year. And from an idea, we have one of the most celebrated recreational trails in the world. It also serves in the eastern United States as a very important biodiversity corridor and a protector of watersheds. In talking about landmark conservation innovations, I'm going to talk about 5 different qualities that define those innovations. novelty and creativity in conception, strategic significance, measurable effectiveness, cross-jurisdictional transferability, and the ability to endure. And as you can see, for example, Mr. Mackay's invention that's 100 years old this year was completely novel, at least in the United States, has been significant on 6 continents in the way we think about large landscape conservation and our ability to protect linear corridors, is measurably effective, hosting something like 3 million visitors a year along a 3,500 kilometer length, has been transferred to many places in the United States and around the world, places like the Inca Trail in South America, and a new trail that's going along the former path of the Iron Curtain in Germany. Again, it's 100 years old, so we've endured for a while, and I know, working with the people that manage this trail, that their second 100 years is a period in which they really hope to achieve large landscape conservation, including protecting the soils and waters of the eastern United States. Now, how does all of this relate to our topic today, which is soil conservation? I want to propose to you just one of many innovations that's coming along that may offer us a step change in the way we do soil conservation, and may over the next 10 to 20 years become known as a landmark in soil conservation. Again, in trading ideas among civic organizations, NGOs that protect land and water and biodiversity, soil, our focus is often on solutions that are emerging in different places around the world, from Kenya to Australia to southern China. So I'm really focused on not only the problem identification, but perhaps the solution to those. In the case that I'm going to show you today, the solution really depends on better social organization for collective action and the advanced use of geographic information systems. The key is to aggregate potential suppliers of soil conservation opportunities across a relatively large region. In this case, we're talking about 4 counties in central Pennsylvania, but as I'll tell you later, this could be applied to a much larger watershed. And our ability to identify with GIS the very best points for investment in best practices. This is reflective of the fact that when I was in college 50 years ago, we talked about non-point source pollution. That is, pollution that was so diffuse that we could not identify the point source. There's very little talk about non-point source pollution anymore because of our ability to view the Earth from satellites and from drones and from airplanes and on foot. We're able to get more and more precise about exactly where sedimentation and nitrogen and phosphorus that fouls streams and rivers and lakes and oceans is coming from. And by the use of these technologies and better social organization, specifically, we can dramatically reduce siltation in larger streams and rivers and reduce nutrient loading such as nitrogen and phosphorus, which is notorious for creating these dead zones in places like the Gulf of Mexico and other places because there's too much nutrient coming in. Co-benefits, of course, can include stormwater management, biodiversity conservation, recreational resources, cultural resource preservation, and the enhancement of tourism. And in the case that I'm talking about today, advancement towards the achievement of a 50-year goal, which is to bring back the viability, the sustainability of the largest estuary in the eastern United States, known as the Chesapeake Bay. Now, this is just a portion of the bay that you see in this map. It's the part of the Chesapeake Bay in the state of Maryland, which is really a very important player in all of this. And you can see that on the right-hand side, you've got yellow with red hatching, which indicates priority agricultural watersheds that are supplying excess amounts of phosphorus, of nitrogen, and you can see in the triangular representations on the map some of the what we used to call point sources, that is outflows of sewage treatment plants. And the agricultural watersheds that we're concerned with are much more extensive and more difficult to control than these point sources, and that's exactly where this GIS technology comes into play. I also want to note that in the age of climate change and more intense storm events, the problems of agricultural runoff and of nutrient loading and of sedimentation, of course, become only more extreme. So there are really two parts to this effort. One is to make the transformation from what we would call in the United States turfiness, or the tendency of each person, each farm to defend their own turf, to a trusting relationship where you get collaborative regional organizations that bring together the resources of people across wide stretches of landscape to take specific actions in specific places with advanced best practices. So that's just a graphic that I think shows that we're going from competition to coexistence, finally to integrative action on the part of entire communities. This is another graphic that simply shows the social process through which the organization that pioneered this particular innovation, called the Chesapeake Conservancy, moved from a kickoff event to partner workshops, delivery of information on specific tools to be used in these instances, the installation of best practices at specific places along the line, monitoring and implementation, and then, of course, a feedback loop where we refine tools and identify additional needs so that we can scale to entire regions. The map that you see on at the right is the 8 million acre Chesapeake Bay watershed, which stretches all the way from New York State to Virginia. And you can see in the bright orange in the middle of that map the area of focus of this particular practice. I want to also say that the ability of this, of the Chesapeake Conservancy and their partners to pull off these kind of innovative solutions absolutely depends on the ability to acquire, pardon the typo, and use high resolution satellite imagery on a large scale. This is a picture which includes the entire state of Maryland and part of the state of Virginia along the Chesapeake, and it is and it's about 32,000 kilometers, I believe. That's another typo, pardon that, for the whole area. The resolution that this map is based on is at 1 square meter across 8 million acres, or 32,000 square kilometers. So this is a very fine resolution, at least relatively speaking, over the last 10 years. And you can see that the resolution in this map at 1 square meter, which is the bottom green graphic that you see, is something like 900 times more accurate than the Landsat images that we were using more than 10 years ago at 30 square meters. So in the upper graphic, the old graphic, you could you couldn't make out streets or settlements or farmland or any particular features in the landscape that are quite specific. If you look at the lower one, which is based actually on technology now that is 8 years old, you can get down to the 1 square meter or even sub-meter resolution, and you can be very specific about landform features, as well as, with the use of LiDAR, the topography of the land. So you can see exactly where on the land in a storm event, the water might converge to enter a stream. So in this slide, it shows a close-up of one of these sub-watersheds. This is, of course, an enhanced graphic, and it's showing a particular set of parcels, 14 parcels with 13 landowners, that has acres of agricultural impervious and turf at a high degree. And those are the places that phosphorus and nitrogen, of course, come off most readily. And if you can see, all of those red lines converge within this scope of yellow at a single point to go into a local stream bed. And of course, with that kind of information about sub watersheds and where they converge to enter a stream, you can guess exactly where you would want to do your best practice, right in this area here, where you could put in a vegetative buffer, for example, and dramatically reduce the phosphorus and nitrogen that's going into the stream, which would go into the Susquehanna River, which would go into the Chesapeake Bay. So essentially what we're honing in on is using the best site with the best practices and applying our treatments at the very best treatment point. And you can see here very briefly the improvement from previous actions taken that are shown in column A, with new practices that are now being actually installed in the watershed, which is in the column B on the right, and a significant improvement in the pounds of nitrogen per acre that are reduced from 8.3 pounds per year per acre in column A, the older practices, to 19.6 in the newer practices, a ratio of 2.3 to 1. With regard to phosphorus, you're going from 1.9 to 4.7 pounds per acre per year, which is 2.4 to 1. And importantly, for the soil conservation community, the sedimentation is being reduced from just 1,481 pounds per acre per year to more than 6,000. So you have an improvement of reduction in sedimentation of 4.1 to 1. So it's step changes like this that continue to be refined that are going to lead us to a much greater ability to reduce sedimentation, to reduce phosphorus, to reduce nitrogen that's going into the system, and thereby increase the water quality in the Chesapeake Bay, which is the particular resource in this case on which everyone's eyes are focused. Now, you remember before, as I was talking about the 5 qualities of a landmark conservation innovation: novelty, strategic significance, measurable effectiveness, transferability, and an ability to endure. And what I want to tell you is that at this point, the kind of practices that are being demonstrated in the Chesapeake Bay, which is here in the United States, are now being trialed and tested in places like Illinois and Iowa and Minnesota and so on, and actually across the entire Mississippi River Basin, from Montana actually to the lower western tip of New York State. That's a very large watershed in the United States that dumps into the Mississippi River dumps into the Gulf of Mexico at New Orleans and creates a very large dead zone that is killing fish and aquatic life in the Gulf of Mexico, and is a seemingly intractable problem that we think we're beginning to get our arms around now. So my point to all of you is that there are ways that are easily shared actually across the globe, which NGOs can demonstrate, that can help us significantly address some of the issues that we saw pointed out on the very complex flowcharts that we observed in the previous presentation. So I want to encourage you, if you're interested in solutions, to join us at the ILCN Global Congress in December of this year in Barcelona, either virtually or in person, if it's possible, and to share in these solutions and bring to us the solutions that you're finding, because our experience is that sharing those solutions in an international setting is more effective than we even dreamed 7 years ago when we started the ILCN. So thank you to all of you for your kind attention, and to the Chesapeake Conservancy, Jeff Allenby and Katie Walker, who supplied the graphics and the data for the example I just showed you. All right.
Thank you, Mr. James Levitt. It's nice that your presentation was scheduled at the end of all other presentations, because it makes sense when we discuss all other presentations and think how we can club them all. Maybe you have talked very nicely about precision conservation using data and GIS. So in fact, what these technologies have to be used for, this has been discussed by other speakers, and then you have summed it up all. So now we would like to move to the panel discussion now, where we'll be flagging some of the questions, some of the pertinent points which have been raised in the presentations or have come up as a result of those presentations. And based on that, we would like to make some conclusions or some statements as a policy for restoring the earth. For this panel discussion session, we had planned with Dr. Samir as the chair. I'm not sure if he has joined the summit. Dr. Samir El Safi, if you are here. Okay, otherwise, I as the moderator would just first of all flag some points and then respond to those specific points. After that, we can have another round of discussion where each of the presenters can comment on what the others have said, or you can add to what they have said. Okay, so the format will be like, I'll be flagging some issues which has come up through all the 6 presentations, and then we can start with the discussion. Okay, so we all know that the traditional systems hold the promise for sustainable land management. But then how to retain them under the increasing population pressure and still work for arresting land degradation? This is an issue for which I would like specifically Dr. Philin to comment. Then moving on to the presentation by Dr. Carmel Odazi. You see, we need to have tools to demonstrate soil degradation objectively and also to address them in a timely manner. Now, you see, these tools which the scientists use, they actually publish them in their specific journals. But then they also need to be published at not only at the level of scientific literature, but at the level where they can be accessible to what are your specific comments, how to make them more generalized. And then for Dr. Dindo Kampelan, I would just like to raise an issue that you have talked about providing some incentives. But how should we go for providing incentives, social or of any type, specifically to conserve biodiversity, while at the same time concentrating that we have to pursue the agenda for arresting land degradation? So how do we go about that? I mean, what sort of institutional mechanisms or what sort of international funding has to be there? Because such programs cannot be funded by all the countries. In all the economies, they cannot be funded at the same level. But what we or an sort of platform where prosper, where we do not promote such activities which go degradation. We understand that the cost of arresting land degradation, I mean, recovering the degraded land is far higher than what we could do just by arresting land degradation or not allowing degradation as such. So what sort of mechanisms have to be there? Then to Dr. Sadeghi, you see, how should we practically go for integration of solutions at watershed scale for ecological restoration to arrest land degradation? Very specific, or you could even give some examples. How should we go relate your examples to what the previous speakers said? It would be good. And then Professor Edavonso Plas and Peace, as I told you earlier also, we raised a question. What are the key issues? Please pinpoint what are the key 1 or 2 main issues globally that need to be addressed as priority we talked about. But can you specifically narrow down to an approach so that we can identify at least a few issues that are most that need our attention the most? And then Mr. James Levitt, for you, it's like that the speakers say, your comments are required, how we can go about for those things, those issues which Dr. Pla will highlight and what the other speakers will say, how we go for precision conservation using data or GIS, and at the same time with better regional collaboration, as you said, for restoring our earth from the current state of degradation. How will we able to use text to collaborate at the regional or even at the global scales to arrest degradation? Okay, so let me invite first of all Dr. Michael Phelan, please.
Hello. Sorry, could you? I didn't quite catch everything you said. There was a bit of a breakup. Could you just repeat the question, please?
कोहली जी,
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not here.
कोहली जी क्वेश्चन रिपीट करने की बोल रहे हैं.
I'm not really hearing what you're saying. I think there's many microphones on, I guess. Would it be possible to write the question on the chat box? I think there's probably several microphones open, so I'm not catching what you're saying.
Yeah, Dr. Phelan, there was some disturbance, so I muted them. What I said was that the traditional knowledge systems hold the promise for sustainable land management. But how to retain these systems under the increasing population pressure to arrest land degradation? You see, at some point, like in the area in China where you were talking about, or in Banawe, yes, these systems are still existing. But we are increasingly seeing that these systems, the traditional knowledge systems, are going towards extinction. So what are your comments? How do we make a balance for the traditions and the rising population?
Yes, that's a very interesting question, a major problem across the world. Because, of course, with the increasing population, all the pressures that go on this, and of course, people want to increase their incomes and have a higher standard of living, which, of course, is understandable. I think some of the lessons, we have both the problems and the potential at Yuan Yang. I think that the question about sustainable land management is, in this particular context, they're going for high value organic agriculture with very specific targeted crops suited to the local environment, and particularly ones based on their particular cultivar of red rice, which is actually very suitable because it's disease resistant, has high genetic diversity. It's quite short and strong. It doesn't lodge easily, and has a pleasant flavor, and it's gains about twice the price of the standard rice. So I would suggest that the places trying to develop a sustainable policy, change is inevitable, that they try and focus and target on their specific strengths. They have done this in Yuan Yang, but of course other areas have different strengths. And so it's more the principle of focusing on your strength, which in this particular case is high value organic agriculture, which allows a system to be maintained. But of course it does adjust. There's a temptation, it is happening, that artificial fertilizers are now used more, NPK fertilizers. So it's a good system, but it's not perfect, and it is subject to change, sometimes in a negative direction. The other thing which has both potential and difficulties is tourism. There's a lot of opportunities there for tourism if it's done intelligently, which they're trying to do. That's part both of the Ramsar recognition and the World Heritage recognition as well. So we've got a lot of experiences in Europe. I'm sure Ildefonso would confirm this, of mass tourism causing all sorts of damage to indigenous local agricultural systems. So it has to be managed very carefully. And so there is a stress in this area of focusing on ecotourism, people concerned about environmental issues, visiting the area. It's been popular for many years amongst photographers. So that's a certain market, which again, they are focusing on with intelligent strategies related to transport and accommodation and cultural heritage, which are being done well, but again, under pressure. There's a lot of pressures. Thing which I'm a bit concerned about is that they are building an airport near Yuan Yang, which to some extent its isolation and its border location has protected it in the outside world a bit. But the official policy is to have intelligent ecotourism, but whether the temptation of mass tourism takes place, we'll see. I hope not, but it's possible. And so they're combining their ecotourism and eco-organic agriculture together as a viable package. So I'd say in summary, that you need to, for each environment, of course, which are all different, we need to target the strengths and develop efficient and intelligent policies which recognize the cultural aspect, the multifunctionality of landscapes, and trying at the same time to maintain the best aspects of sustainable traditional agriculture. Because a thing which, of course, we're increasingly recognizing is that people, farmers who farm the land for many generations, they have a deep intuitive understanding of their particular agro ecosystem, which is very valuable. And I think increasingly that's been recognized and valued on the global arena. So I think that's, I'd say, target to your strengths with an intelligent policy.
Thank you, Dr. Phelan. So you mean that it's our strengths that need to be targeted, and that will give us some insights on how to still keep our traditions alive and go with development. Thank you very much, Dr. Phelan.
Yes.
I'll see that Dr. Kamala Diazi hasn't rejoined. So I would like to put on the subsequent question to Dr. Dindo Kempelan. If you are there, sir, can you please respond to the question or that specific discussion point that was raised regarding incentives? Okay, I think he's also not there. So next we come to Dr. Sadeghi. Dr. Sadeghi?
Unmute myself.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir.
Okay. So
yes, you are audible.
Yeah. I got your question, and then I would like to briefly conclude what I have presented in my presentation, and then I would like to show you that how this concept can be practically being used in the field of, practical purposes. I believe that the ecological restoration that we have talked about, with the main goal of harmonizing different components to halt land degradation under changing conditions to achieve sustainable development goals in the near future. It is my first conclusion. And the second one is integrity. That I would like to also complete my answer to your first question that you asked, why didn't you use integration instead of integrity? Then I would like to tell you that our moral belief, and in the other words, integrity is a steadfast adherence to a particular and a strict moral and ethical code. That it means that if we believe that restoration is a must, so we have to believe it and we have to follow up it, and then we should in fact follow the proper system to catch it by decision makers and experts to restore ecosystems through adaptive management at watershed scale via underpinning a proper framework considering all physical, environmental, economical, and social components together to achieve an optimal balance between human demands and ecological needs and standards. So here I would like to tell you, so we have to integrally plan. It means that we have to consider all different aspects of a watershed. We should not, in fact, overburden and overweight some parts of the system without knowing the main rules of those components in determining and in fact determining the problem and the issues existing in the system. And also we have to be sure that both aspects of ecological and human needs are fulfilled during our project, or at least a type of negotiation or a level of negotiation has to be taken place to get some level of optimal solution for both purposes. We know that in practice, we would not be able to fulfill the maximum level of our needs, neither in ecological point of view nor in human needs. But we have to negotiate these two main components with each other, and then we have to get in fact negotiate the level of the harmonious situations. And also when we have to when we are going to plan some ecological restoration project, we have to consider all the historical experiences that other countries and other projects they receive. You suppose, I remember something that I would like to point out. You know that China has in fact introduced the mega project of GE, or Grain for Green, or GFG. That you know that then after some years they came to this conclusion that okay, something have been missed, and then we have to change our idea, and then they changed the plans, and then they modified it and they adjusted that, as I showed in fact adaptive manner of in fact my presentation. I mean there is another example also, even you know that can be exemplified in the field of water transboundary. That you know, even when I was in the States, and then I came to know that the water has been transported from California to Arizona, the main central of Arizona, and then even so far I remember, I'm not sure yet, but you know, then after a while they found that even transferring the water, the transferring of the water was not the main solution for solving the problem existing in the Arizona region, because in fact they have not considered all different aspects affecting on the issues collaboratively. So I think I just would like to tell you that this is, in fact, we have to consider all different aspects of the ecosystem together to just get some comparable level of agreement between different components of the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Siddiqui. We might come back to you in the next course of discussion if there's any other question. Now I would request Dr. Placentis to please respond to the questions raised.
Please, can you repeat me? I could not follow completely your question, please.
Yeah, okay. So actually issues, key one or two globally relevant issues that need to be addressed on priority to manage the degraded lands to restore the earth. Out of the so many issues that have been discussed, what in your opinion are the issues of prime importance? Maybe 1, 2, 3, you can just tell about them based on their priority, relevance.
I don't know exactly. I can. Let's see, I have noise here. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened here. I don't know what happened. Anyway, I cannot.
Should I repeat?
No, it sound that is back. It's coming back to me. But anyway, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I follow completely your question, but I only what I'm going to do is what I would like to emphasize here in my presentation, that I said that for management strategies and planning, you need previously some information that is not only physical information. I said I emphasize a lot the hydrology because sometimes it's forgotten because the hydrological factors, and also social, economical factors, etc. This situation is very different according to the areas of the countries, different regions, etc. And from that is when we can deduce sustainable management strategies, etc., for the use and development of those lands. Sometimes we forget that we go directly to planning and managing using something that has been proved or used in some part of the world, and probably is not the one that is can we apply there, not only because of physical situation, also because the social economical conditions. This I know very well because especially in the last few years, I have been working in different consulting works in different parts of the world, and I have to go directly. I like to do that, not just drawing the feet. And then you see the situation in each case, and then you cannot follow exactly the same route to reach the point. Then that is one thing. And the other thing is that today, I want to emphasize that today we forgot sometimes that has been, and it is being, and there are a lot of plans for the future. And I said especially three main crops. One is soybeans, I said palm oil, and also sugarcane. They have a lot of demand at good prices or on the wall because, for example, soybeans is the main protein source, and some of them also are used for biofuels, and it's the main source of oil used with palm oil consumed in many parts of the world, and sugarcane also in the ethanol production, etc. Anyway, the problem is that the demand and the benefits, this is where we have to consider. So because behind many of these problems, especially in very large areas, not just a few farmers, small farmers that has problems with degradation. These are huge areas and especially affecting most of the land reserves we had in the world, in savanna area or forested area, especially in developing countries, I said in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, that are being developed now very fast and in a way that is not developed by the same owners. Sometimes, there are big corporations that they go and also they buy or rent the land to the small or medium-sized farmers. And actually, even they rent those companies, they rent to other companies to do all the operations in the field. And it happens that, sure, under those conditions, in most of the cases, what they're looking is just for benefits at short time. They don't care what is going to happen in the future. And for that also, there's another problem that nowadays, it has been said that probably for the food production, we have new and more better varieties, especially the ones that have been genetically manipulated, what they call transgenic, etc., where we can get varieties with a high capacity of production. And also they can produce even in some lands that before they were not used, and now you can use some of more lands. And then what happened? Sure, the productivity is very high at the beginning, but those crops also, they require a lot of more nutrients. And then another thing is that many of those soils are becoming poorer and poorer, and every time they need more and more fertilizers, but even with that, they become poorer. And also, as I said, in some cases, we have compaction and other kind of problems. They go into progressive degradation. And I think this is very important, critical at worldwide level. I would say that probably when we use, as we said here in several systems, how to evaluate land degradation. In many of those cases, it's internal land degradation that is very difficult to see just with remote sensing methods and other ones to see that degradation. Actually, that has to be evaluated mostly on the field. But anyway, that is the problem. Then those soils, in one moment, if they reach some point of degradation, they could be recovered. But they can also, depending on the soils and the situation, especially if you have also erosion problems, they reach a point that you cannot recover them, at least not recover at the reasonable cost for recovering. Then I want to emphasize that we have to deal with that problem that is a worldwide problem. It is increasing. It's not that this is increasing more and more every year. For example, I have followed in several countries more than others. Just 2 days ago, I had a virtual participation in a seminar in Argentina, actually, to deal with the problem they have there. And actually, it was a seminar where there, some lawyers were participating on that seminar, because they're looking to see what kind of regulations, because there are millions of hectares, millions of hectares are being degraded. Sometimes they use some, they call some soil conservation systems, but they are not any soil conservation systems, because they deal sometimes just to look if they control some of the erosion, but the soil is degraded internally. But anyway, this is a problem that is increasing, and then I wanted to emphasize that because it's a problem different probably of most of the ones that we have been dealing traditionally of soil degradation and soil conservation, but that are becoming very important, especially for the future food production. This is in some, and this affecting everything, because are those countries and areas that are, but why they produce that there? Because it's a high demand. And the high demand, where it is? In other parts, for example, it's high demand, for example, in relation to oils, well, China, especially, and also United States, and also India, Europe. But the areas that they are degraded are in those developing countries. Anyway, that is what I wanted to emphasize. Then, what is the recovering? The main thing is to stop degradation before we reach a point of not recovering. And the recovering is just going back to conservation systems where we use systems, for example, as I said, in one case in soybeans, that was usually in Brazil, in Argentina, the main producers in the world. Initially, there were rotations. And with rotations, with grasses, especially with grasses, because they have residues that they don't decompose so fast as the one of soybeans, etc. And with an adequate fertilization system and all that, you can prevent that degradation. And now also the recovering would be also to apply that. Probably it could be in some point, it's not possible, but in some point still we can go back and recover those lands to keeping them productive. But what happens?
Professor
to finish, in many cases, those problems, they are focused, go into focus on other things. For example, in this problem with soybeans and all that, there's a lot of literature and publications where they are criticizing, for example, the use of transgenics. That is a point that is important, but the use of glyphosate, okay, is a very important point, because also that we can get also pollution of water, etc., etc. Also, the social problems, because they are displacing all the small producers, and the production of other agricultural products, for example, for local consumption, are just displaced by these products, because they buy at good prices the land, or they rent the land, and it's for that. Then most of the papers are focusing those points that I will not say that are very important, but very few, they go to a problem, because all those problems, you can change them in one moment and no problem. They don't go to this degradation, internal degradation of soils. This is going to be probably the most critical thing in the future. Thank you.
Professor Pla, we will request you to provide a write-up of this with a brief note on how ISCO can make a way ahead to for the land degradation management in terms of sustainable development goals, so that we can come out with a document. So we will be thankful to you for that, sir.
Sure.
Thanks, Dr. Pla and Dr. Arora. Actually, when I highlighted identifying one or two key issues, the objective was that if we talk in terms of being able to communicate the requirements or making the general public, the policymakers aware, we need to give them on priority. We need to set our priorities and then convey. Even if it's not possible to do it on a global scale, we at least need to do it at the regional scale. So in line with this, I would now like to have some final comments from Mr. James Levitt regarding how to do this with precision conservation using data, GIS, and regional collaboration to restore our Earth from this present state of degradation.
Thanks. I'm going to reduce the feedback here. Let's see. So when 50 years ago, 51 years ago, during the first Earth Day, there was a saying that you should think globally, but act locally. In fact, today, we have the ability to think and act both locally and globally. We don't all do that, but we have, because of the tools at our disposal, the ability to get together with people we've never met before, as we're doing right now, and share some of these ideas. The fact that I can simply turn on a microphone on my desk in my house and talk to colleagues all over the world, just like I do every day, would have been unimaginable 10 years ago, 15 years ago. And here we are doing it. Now, that doesn't make the problems any less complex. As the professor just pointed out, these are very complex problems, and they involve social science, natural science, economics, culture, hydrology. You could go on, you could list 50 fields that this touches on. So I don't want to pretend like there's a silver bullet. I don't think there is a magic solution that we can just wave our computers at and have it work. I do, however, think that particularly powerful analytical power has been put in our hands with all the satellite imagery that is available to us now. That is, we can look at a particular 1,000-hectare plot that we're concerned about in Brazil from our desk in Massachusetts or Spain or India or wherever you happen to be, or you could look at an entire continent. With some of this data is free, some of this data costs a lot of money, but it's not beyond the reach of any of us. With regard to your point about policymakers, absolutely we need to be able to bring these points to policymakers in our respective governments and at the United Nations and the IUCN and so on. We also, very importantly, need to bring the solutions to the practitioners on the ground, to the people who are running these agricultural operations in Brazil and India and the United States and everywhere else. And it's surprising, or at least in our network, it's surprising to see how inventive these practitioners can be when they see what somebody else has done. They kind of hit their forehead and said, oh, well, we could do that where we are. That's not so hard. Particularly if you send me the program, then I'll just plug it into my phone or my computer. It's an app, and we can move ahead with it. It's not a magic solution, but it's got incredible power in many, many situations. I would say that particularly with regard to nutrient loading, which was the topic of my conversation today, and siltation, there are many, many ways that we can understand where the sources are located, and we can identify where people are doing things that they ought not to be doing, where forests are being cut down that are supposedly protected, where agricultural treatments are being used that ought not to be used. And we can do that, with this 0.5 meter resolution technology at the level of individual trees or even plants, bushes. So again, I think that this is an evolving field, and I am not a data scientist myself. I'm a policy and networking person, but I've worked with enough of the scientists to know that there's network economics that are occurring. That is, as every node in the network gets stronger, the network as a whole gets stronger, and as the network as a whole gets stronger, every node gets stronger. So I would, my only recommendation for this body, which I'm honored to be invited to, is that in addition to pointing out the sources of the problems, that you spend some time at each meeting focusing in on innovative solutions, because that's really the only way that we're going to work our way out of this particular situation. And I know that several people have done that today, and I applaud that. But I do think that we're in a new era. We're in a world that's very, very different from that of our fathers or grandfathers. And we have to take advantage of that power that we have if we're to work our way out of this situation.
Yeah, thank you, James. We'll take note of these things, and I think we'll work after this summit to compile the proceedings. Meanwhile, before we end, I would just like to take comments from one or two in the audience and see what the response can be from any of the panelists. Anybody in the audience can raise hands. I can see Mr. Mukesh Mishra, he's raising his hand. So can you please unmute and put up your point?
Chat box, we can take on the chat box. Otherwise, it will be time consuming. And we can take comments of Dr. Suraj
Only one
Ban.
or two questions. We don't have much time. Okay.
Yeah. Actually, good evening to all. My query is, or you may answer it very well. You all are from scientific fraternity. We hello.
Yes, you are audible. Please carry on.
Yeah. Actually, when we are talking about sustainability of soil and environment, we find lesser voice for use of some innovative products such as biofertilizers, cultures, Azotobacter, PSB, which have proven their effectiveness, and as well as they are cost effective. They are good for soil health and all that. But be it government or be it scientific community, there is we find a lesser and lesser voice for use of such things. Are they really useful or not?
Actually, they are useful, but we need quick solutions. So these biofertilizers and bioformulations helps in remediation of soils as well as management of crops. But the solution takes time. And we are at a present phase. We need a long-term solution and a stable one. For that, your views are very right, that we should, because since last many years in developing as well as developed countries, a lot of chemicals and these things are being used drastically. So we are now in a phase where land degradation through chemicals as well as through other means are aggravating. So I think microbial approaches will be the future for managing these soils, especially the agriculture lands, and will be useful. I think your query is.
Yeah, thank you. I hope this is answered. But you see, because these are very wider questions and the time is limiting, I think we are just approaching the time for closure. Before we end, I would request my colleague, Dr. Vikas Sharma, to please sum up in a few words.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Anshuman. Yeah, I won't take a lot of time because we have already spoken a lot about land degradation and its remedies. One of the very important things that have come about this session, that we had people from varying backgrounds, from scientists to policy planners, and who are actually looking after the management of nature. Some of the things that really came up, like starting with Dr. Fulan in the beginning, he was talking about the honey pupil of Yunnan province. There are many examples of such systems in India. We can also talk about our northeastern region of India. In Nagaland, we have the Zabo system of cultivation, which is very much like the system that is being followed by honey pupil. But there are also indigenous systems which are very degrading to landscapes, like the shifting cultivation, carried out in many places in India and also across the world. Then, of course, learning from the natural systems, the indigenous systems, we can take a leaf out of the approach that placentists have given us to predict hydrological approach and modeling approach to actually tackle the land degradation problem. But then again, the problem, we have the technology and now know-how, as Mr. James Levitt was putting in, that we have the technology now, like GIS and remote sensing. These are the tools that are being used for assessment of land degradation, soil erosion, and planning and management of watersheds. But the main thing that is coming up to this discussion is that we need a consensus, a convergence of ideas. So we are not something like working on independently of each other, like soil scientists are working separately, planners are different, social organizing are working differently. They need to converge and come together. Dr. Carmelo Desi and Dr. Dindo Campion both were pitching on that soils are the basis of economics as it has been in history. So learning from that, we really need to understand how we can plan the soil management at a social and political level while keeping the scientist in the loop. Because like, for example, in India, we're seeing a lot of urbanization that is happening. And that urbanization, if we go across in states of Haryana, UP, and that is one of the major, or you can say the main productive agricultural land that is going into urbanization in many parts of India and maybe around the world also. So on the basis of economics or taxation system that used to be there in historically, we can actually have urbanization in places where we have poor soils. So such system of planning has to be. But in the end and overall, a common ground that all the speakers would agree and were coming to, that we need to have a good cooperation between different stakeholders, including the persons who are looking after the land, the scientists who are giving us the technologies, the tools that we need to have, and then combining that with social leaders and political leaders and the policymakers. So I think this has been a very good session. We have covered almost everything. And of course, I would like my colleagues who have joined us for listening, they can send us the questions at the ISCO email that was given in the flyer, so that this discussion can continue. So thank you very much, Dr. Kohli, and I thank Dr. Suraj Banji for giving me the opportunity to sum up the proceedings. Thank you.
So we can take last comments from President ISCO, Dr. Suraj Ban, sir. Dr. Suraj Ban, President ISCO, for your last comment, sir.
Thank you very much, Sir. In fact, I enjoyed the presentation today. I really congratulate all the speakers, learned key speakers, for their comprehensive, informative, and nice presentation. And they deserve actually appreciation from my side. Thank you to all. Now, before to give my observation, I put a small question, not as a big question, to Professor Dr. Pla. As a ordinary man, how the ordinary man can help in restoring the soil health under changing climate scenario.
Can you repeat me the question, please?
Question is that, just briefly, not a detail. Doctor, how an ordinary people can help for restoring the soil health under the changing climate scenario. Just
well,
your experience.
No, what I shown is not very complicated. You know, we can use some information of different kinds, also of different quality, some that you can get in the field very fast. Some of them that you get enough information and you can integrate. I don't know, probably in our case, I could show you examples that I use directly in the field. And with that, you can get enough information, you know, at least to reach some rational information, you know, to give to them what they have to change or how they have to use to do that. So it's not so complicated as it looks like. And then the information, you can use very sophisticated information, but this very simple information you can get very fast at field level. Some of them, if it is a farmer that has some education, even himself can get that information, you know. And with that, you can reach.
Thank you, Doctor. So before that, I have some observation based on presentation, today's presentation, that may be recorded one of them, the recommendations of this today's event. First, whatever I have learned from this presentation, first, land use policy. Proper use of the land policy should be made so that the land could be utilized for the purpose it is being utilized properly. So we have to, this proper land use policy need to be focused. Number two, owning of the land. There should be a land ownership of individual, because farmers are big farmers and somewhere the small farmers. Now the big farmers, they give the land on lease, this and that. Farmers, they make use their land without any taking care of their degradation or any effect on the soil. So it should be focused that the gap between the farmers, big and small, it should be abridged or it should be minimized, so that your land problem for degradation can be also minimized. Third is the land stewards. Appropriate policies with the land at the center and state should be encouraged. And fourth is lies, the whatever the policies they are making, these authorities involved, they should also take care of the land, whether it is properly being utilized or for the purpose it is meant, and soil being properly utilized or not wasted. So these all, it should be taken care. These are the four of my observation, and it can be further discussed and elaborated. And can be recommended for today's event. Now, next is I will request our speakers kindly send us the detailed write-up of their manuscript or the presentation they have made today, so that the same could be printed as a ISCO document. Next, in the end, I sincerely thanks directors, board director of ISCO, who made all support in the cooperation for making this event successful today. I also thankful our colleague, Dr. Sanjay Arora, who has made this also a success because of his efforts. Though he was not feeling well, I will appreciate and whatever he had done under his guidance. Dr. Ansuman Kohli, who has nicely coordinated and managed all in short time without any difficulty. And he deserves a lot of the appreciation, and hope that similar cooperation in the future or days to come for such programs. Similarly, Dr. Vikas Sharma, he has made all this program and all the help given to the team members along with the Dr. Mukesh Kumar. These all team spirit. Within a short time, they have managed or made all success without any difficulty. Though now the problem is there in the Corona in Delhi. In such situation, if they have managed, I really personally thank them. In the last, I thank all the participants who made this program successful, and they participated in the observations, deliberations. Thank you very much. Once again, I thank to all for making this program. But in the last, I always feel without Sanjay Arora, we cannot make such program successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Suraj Bhan. In fact, we have a designated person to thank all of us. And in this, I request Dr. Sanjay Arora again to propose a formal vote of thanks for this event.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Kohli. First of all, I congratulate you for taking up the pains and doing a good job for organizing the event. This was a very priority of our President ISCO, Dr. Suraj Bhan, to organize the event of ISCO during this present scenario of COVID-19 on a virtual mode. So I thank Dr. Suraj Bhan for his vision and for his dynamic leadership as President ISCO to take up these activities. These activities cannot be possible without the help of and support of board of directors of ISCO, especially Dr. Samir Al-Swafi, who is the coordinator of the ISCO. And I am really thankful to Professor Michael A. Fullen, Professor of Soil Technology, University of Wolverhampton, who agreed to our request to be the keynote speaker of the today's program. Professor Carmelo Desi, President of European Soil Conservation Society, as well as full professor of soil science at University of Palermo, Italy. I am really thankful to him. He always agrees to our request and spares time for the deliberations and discussions, and he has presented a very nice comparative on the the research agendas in the present scenario and the future targets. Dr. Dindo Campillion, Regional Director for Asia and Oceania, IUCN. We are really thankful to him for giving us the insights of the activities of IUCN and how these approaches can be useful in management of land degradation and how we can cooperate with different agencies to come out with a particular solution. Our friend, Professor Dr. Sadeghi from Iran, Tarbiyat Modares University, Iran. We are thankful to him also. On behalf of ISCO, I thank him for considering our request and agreeing to deliver the keynote talk and participate in the discussion part. I have no words to thank Professor Ildefonso Placentis, who very in detail, he always present the things and we nicely understand many aspects because of his vast experiences. He shares his vast experience and gives us certain ideas to go ahead, how these land can be managed, how agriculture can be managed, how socio-economic conditions can be improved through taking up these activities. So we are really thankful to Professor Placentis for sparing the time. Mr. James N. Levitt, Director of the ILCN at the Lincoln Institute, we are really thankful to him. Although we missed some mails during our communication, but later we were able to communicate him, and we are thankful that he has agreed to our request to be the part of this program. So I think today's program was organized mainly by the efforts of Dr. Anshuman Kohli, Dr. Vikas Sharma, and the team members include Dr. Mukesh and Executive Council of Soil Conservation Society, which we are part of, and we are promoting the activities of ISCO also. As the present in the present scenario, we see that land degradation is the main focus of United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and as United Nations had declared that for ecosystem restoration 2021 to 2030 as a decade of UN for the ecosystem restoration to restore degraded lands to achieve land degradation neutrality as well as sustainability. So I hope this 5 hours long global virtual summit was very effective, and we will be having a good outcome of this to attain the United Nations Sustainability Development Goals by the year 2030 and fulfilling the theme of the International Earth Day. And I also wish all of you happy Earth Day. Thank you.
Let us thanks to Dr. Sanjay Arora also. Give him a big clap. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you
Thank you
very
very
much.
much.
Thank you. So we should, Dr. Kohli, we should take the leave.
Yeah, we can take leave. So thank you very much. We'll just end the session and then get back to our job.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you.